Hi guys, welcome back to the Adventures of Cosmic. I'm Cosmic and we are on Deadly Intentions Part 2. If you haven't watched the previous video, I suggest you go do that. And if you haven't watched the previous books, I suggest you also go do that. They're really great books and I hope you guys have enjoyed these books so far. I've enjoyed listening to them with you. It's really fun. Sorry about my I'm looking for something real quick. There it is. Okay. If I'm on this, it's not that I'm bored. It's that my mind doesn't want to do one thing at a time. It's weird. I understand. But I'm just warning you, I'm not bored. These books are really good. But I usually listen to them while I have something else going on in the background. So, before we get started, I'm going to show email on screen. And I'm sorry if these videos have been cutting off less than you normally do. And if you're on the edge of your seat, I'm sorry. These are really good books, and I'm trying to, because what I'm doing is I'm posting each part. I'm posting all the Deadly Intentions all at the same time, because I know for a fact this book gets people on the edge of their seats. It did for me, okay? It was the first Blackmore Sisters book that I've ever listened to, where I didn't need to do something else while I was listening to it, okay? So, please, I'd like for you to enjoy these. And if you haven't already, like the videos that I post and subscribe and share it with your friends. Or watch it with your friends. So this is the email. YouTube, you can take a look at that. Okay. Got our notes. Give me a minute. This is your little spoiler warning. Sorry about the little, who died kind of thing. But, really, there's not very many people that died. Okay? We've only gotten 5 people dead in 3 books, which actually doesn't sound that bad. Okay, so I'm going to play the audiobook before I ramble on. Okay, we're going to start at the beginning of chapter 9.
Chapter 9. Jolene's wet clothes felt as heavy as if they were made of lead. But at least they weren't still dripping. The walk home hadn't been pleasant, and now, walking up the porch steps, she winced as the soaked jeans chafed her thighs. "I can't believe no one at the Cove saw anyone near the Andrea June," Jolene said, as she grabbed the front door handle. After the excitement had died down, they'd asked around, and no one had noticed anyone anywhere near the boat. "Do you think it really exploded on its own?" Celeste asked, as the 2 girls headed toward the kitchen, where they could take the back stairs upstairs to change. Jolene made a face. "I doubt it. Too much of a coincidence." "Well, someone did point out that the neglect might have contributed to it. Maybe conditions were just right and we had bad timing." Jolene didn't answer. She'd stopped short, just inside the kitchen door. On the far side of the room, the door to the basement gaped open. The girls always kept that door firmly closed. She glanced quickly at Celeste, who was now also staring at the door. She walked slowly over, her heart thudding in her chest as she peered into the dim opening. "Meow."
Oh my god, it's just
A ghostly face appeared from the depths of the stairs, and Jolene sucked in a breath, jumping back as Belladonna trotted into the kitchen, with Eliza following behind her. "Aunt Eliza?" Eliza looked as startled to see them as they were to see her. "Oh, hi. I didn't think anyone else was home." Eliza glanced nervously at the basement door. Celeste narrowed her eyes at Eliza. "What were you doing in the basement?" I heard Belladonna crying down there, so I went down to see if she needed help. Thought she might be trapped somewhere. Eliza's brows mashed together as her ice-blue eyes took in first Celeste, then Jolene. Why are you girls all wet? Jolene slid her eyes over to Celeste with a silent warning. A boat blew up down at the cove. We jumped in the water to help out. Technically, it wasn't a lie. That was nice of you. I hope no one was hurt. No, thankfully, just the boat. Well, you girls should get out of those wet clothes. I'm headed into town to visit some old friends. Fiona let me borrow her truck. Anyone we know? Jolene asked. I'm sure you probably don't. Just some people I knew way back. Eliza leaned over to snatch Fiona's keys off the counter and fumbled them. They clanked loudly on the floor, and she retrieved them, then smiled weakly at the girls and headed down the hall. Did she seem nervous to you? Celeste asked, after they'd heard the truck start in the driveway. Yeah. Jolene pushed the basement door shut. And who in their right mind would go in that spooky basement alone?
Celeste.
Good question. Our aunt does seem to have some oddities, not the least of which is her chosen bedroom. Yeah, I always thought that room was creepy. Me too. Celeste glanced down at her clothes. But she is right about one thing. We need to change. Meet me in the east sitting room when you're done. I have something to show you. 20 minutes later, Celeste appeared, freshly showered and wearing a white yoga outfit. Jolene was already sitting on the couch in a clean pair of tan capris and navy blue shirt, her laptop open on the coffee table in front of her. I wanted to show you this picture, taken the night Mom died. Jolene swiveled the computer toward Celeste so she could see the screen. Celeste bent down and squinted at it. Is that the cliff? Yes, the very edge where she stood. Look at the footprints. Celeste's eyes widened. That's a man's shoe print. But couldn't that have been there before, from another day? Or maybe it was from the police attending the scene. Jolene shrugged. Maybe. We all know that Overton didn't do a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if he trampled all over the crime scene. But if what Barnes' ghost told you is true, this could be proof. Sure, but what does it really give us? We can't look for someone who wore that shoe. The print could belong to thousands of shoes. Right. We have to get more evidence before we tell anyone else what we suspect. Jolene turned the computer back toward her and tapped on the keys. What are you doing? Celeste sank into the chair opposite her. Just a little cyber detecting, Jolene said. We need to find out more about this Barnes guy. Do you remember him at all? Celeste shook her head. No. But if he disappeared a long time ago, I guess I wouldn't. Right. Says here that he disappeared 3 weeks after Mom died. Jolene looked up at Celeste. That's an odd coincidence. And whenever there's an odd coincidence, I like to follow the money. Her fingers flew over the keys as she used her secret, and not entirely legal, software to access the bank database across town. She lucked out on the second try. Barnes still had an account at the Mariner National Bank. Oh, that explains it, she said. Explains what? Celeste leaned forward, her elbows on her knees. Barnes had auto-pay set up in his bank account. So that's how his mooring fees were getting paid, among other things. For 7 years? He must have had a bunch of money in there. Jolene's face scrunched up. Yeah, it looks like he deposited a lump sum of $20,000 a few weeks before he went missing. This is getting more and more suspicious. Was a big deposit like that unusual? Jolene scrolled back through the account. Yup, it definitely was. Celeste chewed on her bottom lip. I don't like it. Something was definitely going on. And I could tell Barnes's ghost was scared. And he didn't even realize he was dead, which probably means he died suddenly and unexpectedly. Jolene glanced up again. Like he was murdered. Celeste nodded her head slowly. I don't see any payments for a mortgage or rent in here, which seems odd. I wonder if he still has a house or apartment that we can search. I don't see any mortgage or rent, but there is a payment here for Birchwood Storage. Isn't that out on Ledge Road? Yeah. Are you thinking he has a storage unit out there still? Jolene nodded, her eyes still on the screen. You're not thinking about going there and breaking in, are you?
No.
Jolene nodded again. But you don't have a key. How would you get in? Jolene glanced up at Celeste and cocked her head to the side. Really? You're asking me? I am a trained detective, you know, and locks are one of my specialties. Celeste gnawed on her thumbnail. I don't like it. This is getting dangerous, and I don't think you should go around investigating it on your own.
Then come with her.
Jolene felt annoyance bloom in her chest. She hated it when her sisters got all protective of her. She could see why they would have been that way when she was younger, but she was a grown woman now and perfectly capable of taking care of herself, especially with her special gifts. How many times did she have to prove that to them?
Oh my goodness.
She didn't voice her annoyance, though. She simply said, You could come with me if you're that worried. I'd love to, but I can't. Celeste reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, violet-colored bottle. I managed to save the lavender oil Morgan made for Darlene, and I have to drop that off and get to the yoga studio to teach a class by noon. Jolene simply shrugged and closed the laptop. Promise me you won't do anything dangerous, like breaking into the storage unit on your own, Celeste said, as the two girls stood
You really
up.
want to make her the promise that?
I won't do anything I think is dangerous. Jolene figured she was safe in saying that. What Celeste considered dangerous and what she considered dangerous were two different things. She followed Celeste into the driveway and watched her drive away before starting up her Subaru Brat and taking off in the direction of Birchwood Storage. Chapter 10. Birchwood Storage was off the beaten path, nestled in a dense, thick stand of pines. A cluster of 3 birch trees sat out front, and Jolene parked behind them and headed toward the office in the small, industrial-looking metal building. Inside, a vaguely familiar, incense-like smell hit Jolene's nose. The person behind the desk raised red, glassy eyes at her. He had long hair and a ratty T-shirt. Jolene guessed he was still in high school. She smiled to herself. Getting around him would be child's play. Help you? He asked, and then collapsed into a fit of coughing. Jolene put on her sweetest face and leaned over the counter. My uncle sent me to get something from his unit, but I forgot the number. She giggled coquettishly. The guy narrowed his eyes at her and tilted his head. She held up a small key she'd had at the ready. It was the kind of key one used for padlocks. Of course, it didn't go to the padlock for Barnes's storage unit, but the kid didn't need to know that. I have his key. I just need the unit. That seemed to satisfy him. He slid the keyboard closer. What's the name? Gerald Barnes. He tapped on some keys, squinted at the screen, then looked back at her. Number 317. It's all the way in the back. Thanks. Jolene was already out the door and in her car before he could say, You're welcome. Unit 317 was in the last row facing the dense woods. Jolene pulled up in front of it, glad there were no other cars around. She didn't want anyone to see her picking the lock. She pulled her lock-picking tools out of her purse and got to work. The silence was broken only by the soft click of the metal tools, the chirp of birds, and the rustle of squirrels in the woods behind her.
Mm-hmm.
The padlock wasn't anything fancy, and it only took about 5 minutes before she had it open and was struggling to push up the rusty metal door, wincing at its screech of protest. She pushed the stubborn door up only halfway, then ducked under and slipped inside. Daylight filtered in from the partially open door. Specks of dust floated in the beam of light as Jolene looked around, letting her eyes adjust. Barnes hadn't kept much in there. A few fishing poles, a pile of lobstering traps, various parts from an old boat. Jolene sighed in disappointment. She was sure there would be a clue in here, but all she could see was old fishing stuff and broken-down furniture. She crossed over to an old Empire-style bureau. Its veneer was partially peeled off, and it was missing one drawer. Her disappointing search of the other drawers turned up old T-shirts and a bunch of junk drawer stuff. She puffed out her cheeks and looked around the unit. Come on, clues. Where are you? Suddenly, she remembered an old trick she'd seen on television. She walked to the bureau and started pulling out the drawers, looking on the underside. She found it under the third drawer. A plain white envelope, yellowed on the edges. She pushed the glue-caked flap open to reveal one photograph inside. Her heart twisted when she saw her mother's face, the familiar pink silk scarf wrapped around her neck. Joanna looked alarmed, and with good reason. The photo showed her being held back, or pushed forward, by two beefy men. Jolene couldn't make out their faces, as they were obscured by the angle of the picture and Joanna being in front. One man had a thick black beard, the other frizzy brown hair. They both had scowls on the parts of their faces she could see. A wide, hairy forearm obscured the foreground of the picture. The picture had been taken at dusk, and she couldn't make out many of the details, but what she could make out froze her blood. From the angle, she could tell it had been taken from the waters below her home, with her mother and the men standing on the cliff. The very spot Joanna had supposedly jumped from. Jolene's heart raced. This was the proof she'd been looking for.
Take a picture of it.
She backed out of the storage unit, her attention still focused on the picture in her hand. As she started to turn, she felt a prickle at the back of her neck. Her stomach tightened. She ripped her attention from the picture and spun around. Two dark figures came toward her, and she focused on her internal energy, trying to bring it forward to fight them off. Why couldn't she see their faces, she thought, just before she started to feel incredibly sleepy.
No.
One of the figures was holding something out toward her. She couldn't quite make out what it was, but she thought it looked like a geode of some sort. The intense feeling of tiredness overwhelmed her. It felt like someone had pulled a plug, and all the energy was draining out of her. She slumped into a pile on the ground, the picture falling from her fingertips. Her heart sank. She had no idea what these guys were planning, but she was weak as a baby, unable to open her eyes more than a small slit, much less defend herself. What happened next was a hazy blur. She remembered a lot of shouting, and then strong arms picking her up. A faint memory of a familiar face. Mateo, the man she'd thought she'd seen following her in town. Then she woke up, the hard, pebble-strewn ground outside the storage unit jabbing painfully into her side, and the faint image of Mateo's velvety brown eyes fresh in her memory. He'd saved her once before in a similar situation. Maybe he'd saved her again today. But if so, where was he now? She shook her head and pushed herself up to a sitting position, scanning the area for enemies. no one was there. Did all of that really happen? The kid in the office was probably too out of it to notice, but did the office have cameras on the units? A quick survey of the corners of the building told her they didn't. No witnesses, and nothing recorded on camera. The only evidence Jolene had that something had happened was a stiff neck and aching muscles. Slowly, she felt her energy return. She stood and brushed herself off. Closing the storage unit, she replaced the padlock and then slid into her car. It wasn't until she was out of the gate that she realized she no longer had the picture of her mother. Chapter 11. Jolene trudged up the steps to her office, tired and drained. She probably should have gone home to take a nap. Male voices filtered down the stairs from the open office door, and she froze in her tracks. Jake and Luke, the last two people she wanted to see. Jake was supposed to be out in the field, and she'd planned to sneak in and get some of her files without having to face him. Luke being with him was even worse. She'd already decided in the car not to tell anyone about the strange incident that seemed more like a dream than reality now. But the two of them had good detecting skills and were bound to figure out something was wrong with her. She chewed her lip in indecision, then slowly turned, backtracking down to the next step, which, unfortunately, chose this time to creak loudly. "Jolene, is that you?" Luke poked his head out the door, and she was caught. No choice now but to go into the office and pretend like nothing was wrong. "Hey, Luke, what brings you here?" Jolene asked. "Jake said something the other day about you having another job for us?" "Well, sort of." Luke and Jake exchanged a glance that made Jolene feel uneasy. She tossed her bag on her desk and then sat on it herself, her legs dangling in front. "Oh? Are you okay?" Jake asked. "Yeah, just tired. I didn't sleep well last night." Jolene's stomach turned at the lie. She didn't like being dishonest, especially to Jake, but sometimes you had to do what you had to do. "Oh?" Jake's narrow-eyed study of her told her he didn't fully believe her, and she squirmed uncomfortably. "Anyway," Luke cut in, "my boss has sent a warning. Something's up, and you and your sisters are in the middle of it." Jolene mashed her brows together. "What do you mean by something? I thought your company located lost treasure. Why are they interested in 4 sisters?" Luke shrugged. Leaning against the wall, he crossed his arms across his muscular chest. "I think they figure you girls are their ace in the hole, what with your gifts and all. They don't want you to get hurt. They need you." Uneasiness crept into Jolene's gut. She wondered if what Luke was talking about had anything to do with what had happened out at the Birchwood storage. Should she tell them?
No.
Even though telling them was probably the smart thing to do, she kept quiet. Jolene was fiercely independent, and if word got out that she'd been attacked, Luke, Jake, and her sisters would start getting overprotective. She didn't need anyone following her every move or restricting her freedom. At least, not until she found out the truth about her mother. "Well, what do they think is going on? Was there some kind of threat? Or does it have something to do with my ancestors' treasure? Are pirates going to descend on us again?" Jolene referred to the incident that brought Luke back to Noquit in the first place. Luke had left Noquit when he was young to join the military. After retiring, he'd taken a job with his current employer, which was a perfect fit for his skills. One of the jobs had led him back here to protect Jolene and her sisters from modern-day pirates, fixing to steal a treasure her sailing merchant great-great-great-great-grandfather had hidden.
Fair enough, greats.
She didn't say, just that I should protect you guys. "Protect us?" Jolene snorted. "Huh, you've seen us in action. Do we need protecting?" Luke's deep green eyes bored into hers. I can't deny that you guys have the ability to put up a good fight. But have you all been practicing and honing your skills? Seems to me like your gifts are still raw. If there is a coordinated effort against you, you might not be able to defend yourselves like you think. Jolene bristled. We have more control over our gifts now, and we have been practicing. It was mostly true. They did practice, a little. Okay, maybe not as much as they should, but their paranormal use of energy always seemed to kick in at the right time, and had allowed them to escape from danger in the past. Another thing I was wondering. Luke hesitated, his voice trailing off. Jolene raised her left brow. Yeah? How well do you know your Aunt Eliza? I don't know her at all. None of us do. You probably know as much about her as we do at this point. Right. Morgan said you guys got a letter out of the blue. That's right. Have you noticed her doing anything strange? Luke asked. I don't mean to imply that she's up to anything. I mean, I know she's family and all, but it's just that, given the warning, I think you guys need to be extra careful. Jolene thought about her aunt. The truth was, she did get a funny vibe from her, but it wasn't anything she could explain. Her mind went back to the tour they'd given her on the first day, and how it seemed like she was scoping the place out, almost as if she was looking for something.
She is.
Then again, maybe she was just sizing the place up to see what everything was worth. After all, she had as much right to the family heirlooms as Jolene and her sisters. And yesterday, they'd found her coming up from the basement. I'll keep my eye on her, Jolene said. She didn't want to say anything negative about the woman unless she was sure. Okay. In the meantime, it might be wise for you girls to pair up and make sure you don't go walking around alone, Jake said. You'll be better able to protect yourselves if two of you are together. Jolene shot him an angry glare. Are you serious? I'm not bringing someone around with me all the time. Besides, we each have our own businesses that we need to tend to. Joe, you know that the people Luke's company deals with are real bad guys. You or your sisters could be hurt or even killed. I know. I'll be careful, and I'm sure you guys will make sure Morgan, Fiona, and Celeste are protected. But don't forget, I'm a trained detective and perfectly capable of handling myself. Plus, I have a gun. Jolene patted her purse, then slid off her desk. And a job to do. So, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Alone. Chapter 12.
Girl.
Jebediah Powers was scraping barnacles off an old dinghy that rested upside down on two sawhorses when Jolene pulled into his driveway. Hey, Jolene, what brings you here? Hi, Jeb. Jolene got out of her car and came to stand beside him. Behind them were deep, dense woods. Jolene glanced into them uneasily, then chastised herself for feeling so skittish. She hoped she wasn't getting paranoid now. I came about the case you hired Jake and me for. I was wondering if you could tell me more about your traps. Jeb stopped his work and brushed the back of his hand against his sweaty brow. Well, like I told Jake, I dropped my traps in the waters just east of the cove opening. Been setting my pots there for years. A painful look crossed his face. Uh-huh. So, the other day, I go out to check 'em, and I start pulling up the ropes, and the lines are cut on most of the traps. Jolene knew that lobster traps were set out on a rope that connected them to a buoy. The buoy floated above the water, with the trap on the ocean floor. Lobstermen would grab the buoy with a gaff and pull the trap up on a motorized pulley, then take out the lobsters, keep the ones that were legal size, bait the trap, and throw it back in. What makes you think Gordy did it, though? Maybe the line just broke, she said. The line didn't just break. It was a clean cut, on purpose. Plus, I had Billy dive down, and all my pots were missing, and most of the buoys were gone, too. Jeb tilted his head and rubbed his chin. Course, they probably just floated out into the ocean, with no traps to anchor them. Someone did it on purpose, and Gordy's the most likely suspect, on account of the feud. Yeah, but it seems that's a little drastic, doesn't it? I mean, messing with a guy's lobster traps is against the law. And neither of you ever went that far before, right? As near as Jolene could remember, the Powers-Ellis feud consisted mostly of pranks and practical jokes. Jeb shook his head. Nope, we haven't, and our daddies never did either. That's why I'm so mad, and I want proof. I lost almost all my traps, and the ones that weren't gone didn't even have any lobsters in them, just a weird whalebone. Whalebone? Yeah, some kind of whale jaw, or maybe even a shark. You want to see? Sure. She followed Jeb over to a gray shed and watched while he wrestled the door open. He walked a few steps in, then reached up onto a shelf and pulled down a white bone about 4 inches long, the teeth still embedded. You thought this was a whale jawbone? Jolene glanced incredulously at Jeb's face as he nodded enthusiastically. She guessed he had flunked biology in school, because it was plain as day. The jawbone she held in her hand wasn't from any fish. It was from a human. Jeb was more than happy to hand the bone over to Jolene once she convinced him it was from something with 2 feet instead of 2 fins. Now she just had to figure out what to do with it. She didn't want to go back to the office in case Jake and Luke got all overprotective, but she didn't trust the new sheriff either. Luckily, she had a friend, Charlene Winters, who was now a rookie at the No-Quit Police Department. She glanced at her watch. She had just enough time to make a quick trip over to Charlene's and still get home early enough to take that much-needed nap before dinner. Charlene lived in a double-wide mobile home in a well-kept trailer park. As Jolene approached the door, she noticed the mobile home was neat as a pin. Flowers flanked the front in tiny rows, and a colorful flag hung from the door. The smell of bacon, onions, and beef hit Jolene, and her stomach started grumbling as she waited for Charlene to open the door. It had been a long day, and she'd forgotten to eat lunch. Hey, Joe, what a pleasant surprise. Charlene's flushed face smiled at her from behind the screen door. She wrestled an oven mitt off her hand and pulled the door open. Jolene gave her old friend a hug, then stepped back to survey the food-stained white bib apron she wore. Are you cooking something? It smells divine. Yes, come on in. Charlene turned from the door, and Jolene followed her to the small, bright kitchen. I'm making beef bourguignon. Beef bourguignon? That sounds fancy. Jolene eyed the cluster of pots and pans in the sink. I didn't know you were a gourmet cook. Charlene laughed. Are you kidding? You remember me in high school, I could barely make a peanut butter sandwich. But once I moved out on my own, I got tired of peanut butter sandwiches pretty quick. So I took a cooking class at the college. It turns out that cooking fancy stuff is pretty easy. Really? Jolene had never thought much about cooking. Her sisters always made the meals. Maybe it was time she started pitching in. Yeah, I'd invite you to stay, but it won't be ready for another hour. That's okay. My aunt is visiting, and I should get home to have dinner with her. I just came by for a favor. Favor? Charlene's left brow ticked up. Jolene grimaced. She hated asking for favors, but she'd taught Charlene to shoot, and that had helped her pass the police test, so Charlene owed her. She pulled the bone out of her pocket and held it up. Charlene gasped. That's part of a human jawbone. Where did you get that? Jeb Powers found it in one of his lobster traps. Why didn't he bring it to the police? He thought it was a whalebone. Charlene's eyes darted to Jolene's face. You're kidding, right?
No.
Jolene shrugged. Nope. That's crazy. Whales don't have teeth like that. Charlene took the bone and held it up, studying it from different angles. It's picked clean. Looks pretty old, too. I wonder how it got in the trap. I was wondering that, too. Maybe a lobster pulled it in, or it floated in on the current. Anyway, it being there seems to indicate there's a body somewhere out there on the ocean floor. It does at that, Charlene said. You should hand this to the police, officially, I mean. Jolene's stomach felt queasy. I know, but seeing my history with the no-quit police, I don't really trust them to do the right thing. And this could be important to me. I'd feel better if you looked into it first. Me? Well, I can't really do anything. Please? Jolene cut in. My mother died in those waters, and her body was never found. Charlene's face turned sympathetic. Her eyes slid from Jolene to the bone and back again. So, what do you want me to do? Have it tested? I don't know how much I can do without raising a red flag. I would be forever grateful if you would try. I guess I do owe you. Charlene took a plastic baggie from a drawer and put the bone in it. I'll see what I can do without raising suspicions before I hand it over officially. But I'm not making any promises. Chapter 13. Eliza pushed open the front door of the Blackmore home and cocked her head to listen. The house was quiet, exactly as she'd hoped. She'd gotten her errands done early and even met with a few old friends, just like she told her nieces she was going to do. Except these friends weren't ones she wanted her nieces to know anything about. She knew the sisters worked during the day, which was why she'd rushed home. She had a job to do, and it was best if she was left alone in the house to do it. Glancing back over her shoulder, she frowned at the Subaru parked in the driveway. Jolene's car. Was Jolene home? No, the house was too quiet. Jolene and Celeste had probably gone out together in Celeste's car after they dried off from their swim in the cove, which made her frown even deeper. Just what did happen in the cove? Eliza had gotten a strange vibe from the girls. She knew they weren't telling the truth. But why would they lie? She didn't have an answer for that and couldn't get sidetracked by trying to figure it out. She closed the door and stepped into the foyer, a hollow longing in her stomach. It looked almost exactly as it had when she'd lived here. Childhood memories flooded through her. She and her brother racing down the stairs. Her mother poking her head out of the kitchen to tell them to slow down. She'd lived in this house until she was 20 years old. Even after her brother had married and moved Joanna in, they'd lived happily here together. Once the kids came, though, she'd moved out on her own to give them some privacy. Still, they'd been close until she'd been forced to move. No one, least of all her mother, had understood why she'd had to leave. Except Joanna. She could still remember the tortured look in her kind amber eyes the day they'd said goodbye. Eliza took a deep breath. No sense in reliving the past. It couldn't be changed. Letting the breath out in a whoosh of air, she started up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the Blackmore home was once the servants' quarters back in the day, when the family actually had servants. Now, it was just a warren of rooms and alcoves that were filled with furniture, boxes, and miscellaneous stuff. 9 generations of cast-offs were housed in the large space. Some valuable, some not so much. But one item up here was priceless, and that was the item Eliza was after. She stared into the cluttered space, inhaling the smell of old furniture. Dust tickled her nose. Light filtered through small windows in the dormers scattered along the length of the room. It was stuffy and hot. Eliza moved from the top step into the room. Meow! Eliza jumped, her shoulders tensing and her heart taking off like a racehorse. Then her muscles relaxed when she saw the white cat at her feet looking up at her expectantly. "Geez, Bella, you spooked me," she whispered, then bent down to pet the cat, who responded by rubbing her head against Eliza's calf. A loud purr drifted up, soothing Eliza's nerves. "So, where is it?" she asked the cat. As if understanding what Eliza wanted, Belladonna pivoted and flounced down the middle aisle toward the back of the room, where Eliza knew all the really old items were stored, even some things from the original owners, Isaiah and Mariah Blackmore. Eliza followed at a more leisurely pace, taking time to look at the old furniture she remembered from her youth. She passed a mahogany marble-top dresser with a large mirror in the center. A smile teased the corners of her mouth as she remembered herself as a little girl standing in front of that very mirror, with her grandmother behind her, putting her hair in rag curls. A lot of the furniture that she remembered being in the house when she was little had been moved up here as the family expanded and replaced the old things with newer, modern furniture, just as every generation before them had. You could find items lying around or stored in boxes that ranged from 20 to 300 years old. Even the books spanned the centuries, Eliza thought, as the bookcase to the right caught her attention. She remembered that bookcase. It was where she'd found Isaiah Blackmore's journals years ago. With a start, she realized the books had been disturbed recently. She detoured toward the bookcase, bending down to look at the titles. Someone had definitely been looking at these books. They were all out of order and free from dust. Not only that, but the journals were missing. She pressed her lips together, a shallow feeling forming in the pit of her stomach. That meant her nieces had read the journals. She wondered if they had been able to decipher them, and how much the girls knew about Isaiah and Mariah Blackmore and their unusual heritage. Sighing, she stood up. There was no time for that now. She was on a mission, and she'd better complete it before the girls got home. She made her way out to the center aisle and started toward the back of the attic. Along the way, she stopped to run her fingertips lovingly over the carved mahogany top of a rocking chair that had been her mother's. Her index finger traced the sharp edges of the floral pattern, her heart twisting as she remembered her mother sitting in the chair, rocking her as a child. Meow! Belladonna tore her from her thoughts, and she nodded at the cat. I know. I have work to do. Giving the rocking chair one last caress, she ignored the salty tear that slipped from her eye as she followed the insistent cat further into the bowels of the attic. Creak. Jolene lay in a dinghy, staring at the blue sky, listlessly drifting down the river that fed into the ocean at No-Quit Beach. Mateo sat on the bench above her, her guardian angel. Or so she thought. He'd saved her from danger before, but why was he acting so cagey now? She was sure it was him she'd seen near her office, but why would he run? Creak. Clouds started to form in the sky above, and Jolene suddenly felt cold. She shivered, and Mateo looked down at her. But instead of his velvety brown eyes, they were red. Glowing.
What?
He reached out toward her, and she opened her mouth to scream. Creak. Jolene woke in a cold sweat, her heart pounding. A dream.
Oh,
It was only a dream. She lay still, with her eyes squeezed shut, while she waited for her heartbeat to return to normal. Her eyelids were as heavy as the lead sinkers she used for fishing, and it was only a few minutes before she was drifting off to sleep again, the nightmare all but forgotten. Creak. What the hell was that noise? She burrowed into the soft bed. Just one more hour of sleep would be perfect. Creak. Jolene pushed an annoyed breath out through puffed-out cheeks as she flipped on her back, her eyes still shut, willing the annoying noise to stop so she could get some sleep. Creak. Can't a girl get a nap around here? She shouted into the empty room. She considered pounding on the ceiling to get it to stop. Then her eyes flew open wide. The noise was coming from the attic. Someone was up there. Who would be in the attic? One of her sisters? Jolene didn't think so. Although they'd made the trip up there on more than one occasion during the past few years, they'd always had a good reason. And even though they'd found quite a few treasures up there, the attic still seemed creepy to Jolene. They'd all been warned by their mother when they were little not to go there, and even though they'd had to go up in recent years, they still had an unspoken pact that they'd let the others know if they were going up. So, it couldn't be one of her sisters, which left only one other person, Aunt Eliza. Jolene reluctantly got out of bed. She was still dressed in her usual outfit of t-shirt and capris. She'd taken off her shoes for her nap, but didn't bother to put them on. It would be easier to sneak up on whoever was in the attic that way. She made her way to the 3rd floor and started picking her way through the maze of boxes and furniture. The creaking had sounded like it was right above her room, which meant Eliza, or whoever was up there, was in the far corner of the attic. Her photographic memory had cataloged the areas on the floor that creaked on one of her previous trips up there, and she avoided those areas now, moving along silently. Not that she was planning a sneak attack or anything, but if Eliza didn't know anyone else was up there, Jolene might have a better chance of figuring out what she was up to. Eliza was in the very back of the attic, bent over, her head inside a large box, her silver-white hair hanging down around her like a curtain. Items, presumably discarded from the box, were piled up around her. It was obvious the woman was searching for something. Looking for something? Jolene kept her voice friendly. She wasn't sure what her aunt was up to. Maybe she just wanted to look through old family things. Jolene didn't want to jump the gun and accuse her of anything, but her gut instincts told her to remain cautious. Eliza jerked her head out of the box. Her ice blue eyes were as large as dinner plates. Her hand flew up to her throat. You scared the bejesus out of me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Jolene had come up close to the box, and she leaned over to peer in. Inside was old clothing. Really old. So old that it was deteriorating to dust almost before her eyes. Clutched in Eliza's hand was a cedar trinket box. The cover sat open. It was empty, except for the cobalt blue velvet lining inside. Belladonna came trotting over and started sniffing around the items piled on the floor. Eliza snapped the box shut and nestled it gently back into the pile of clothing. I was just rummaging around. I used to come up here a lot when I was a kid, just stirring up some memories. Eliza's hawk-like stare unnerved Jolene, making her feel like she was the one being watched, the one that shouldn't have been up there. Oh, Mom always warned us about coming up here. Mine did too, but I never listened. Eliza looked around the attic, then back at Jolene. Her eyes softened. I hope it's not a problem. Not at all, Jolene said. I just heard someone up here and wanted to investigate. This stuff is as much yours as it is ours, really. If you want something, just ask. Eliza clasped her hands together. Right. Thanks. Much appreciated. No problem. The two women stared at each other awkwardly. Then noises drifted up from downstairs. Eliza cocked her head to the right. "What's that?" Jolene glanced at her watch. "Must be Morgan and Fiona home from work. We should join them, don't you think?" Jolene stepped aside and indicated for Eliza to precede her. Eliza smiled and brushed past Jolene. Belladonna trotted past both Jolene and Eliza, taking the lead down the narrow aisle that led to the stairs. "So much for that afternoon nap," Jolene thought, as she followed Eliza down into the kitchen. Chapter 14. "Were you two up in the attic?" Morgan's forehead creased as she looked between Eliza and Jolene. "I was just looking around up there," Eliza answered. "So many memories." "Meow." Belladonna had raced over to her empty food dish, batted it with her paw, and sent it skidding across the black and white tile floor. "Are you hungry?" Fiona looked down at the cat, who glanced up at her in disdain, as if she was the stupidest creature on the planet. Of course she was hungry. "Right. I'll get your food." Morgan laughed as Fiona marched straight to the cabinet where they kept Belladonna's food. "We were just going to order pizza. Are you guys in?" "We are," Celeste and Cal chimed in from the doorway. "Oh, you guys are home," Morgan stated the obvious. "Great." "I'm in," Jolene said, then turned to Eliza. "What about you?" "Oh, thanks, but I'm actually meeting someone." Eliza looked at the clock and grimaced. "I better get going. Can I borrow someone's car?" "Just take my truck." Fiona bent down to pour kibble into Belladonna's dish. "You still have the keys?" "Yep. Thanks. I really appreciate it." Eliza started toward the front door. "I'll fill up the tank for you." "Okay. Thanks," Fiona shouted down the hallway. The sounds of Fiona's truck starting up drifted into the kitchen, and Morgan leaned back to get a clear view of the front door, then said, "Does anyone else think it's kind of weird she was in the attic?" Celeste shrugged. "Kind of, but I guess it just makes sense. I mean, this is her family's stuff. She's probably just taking a trip down memory lane." "True," Jolene said. "She was looking at a box way in the back. The really old stuff." "That would be the most valuable," Cal cut in. Cal had been a family friend for decades and recently kindled a more intimate relationship with Celeste. He was also an antique expert. His family owned an antiques and pawn shop, and the sisters had often used him to evaluate and appraise the various treasures they'd found in the house. Morgan frowned. "I guess I could see why she'd be interested in that stuff. Our ancestors are her relatives, too. But I have a funny feeling, especially after what Luke told me today." "You mean about his boss's warning?" Celeste asked. "Yep. He stopped by the shop today and told Fiona and me that his boss said we might be in danger and we should be extra careful. He stopped by and talked to me and Jake, too, but he was really vague," Jolene said. "Did he tell you anything specific?" Morgan shook her head. "No, but he's coming by tonight, so maybe he can tell us more." "Tell you more about what?" Luke asked from the doorway.
Zach.
Luke had practically grown up at the Blackmore house and had been accustomed to just walking in when they were kids. Even though he'd been away for a long time, old habits were hard to break, and he'd been walking in ever since he came back and started dating Morgan again. Jolene loved to tease him about it. "More about your boss's mysterious warning," Jolene answered, then added, "I must be getting hard of hearing. I didn't hear you knock." Luke smirked at her. "I'm afraid I don't know much more about the warning. Hey, let's take care of business first." Fiona held her cell phone in her hand, her finger hovering over the number for the pizza place. "What kind of pizza do you guys want? Pepperoni?" Everyone murmured their assent, and she pressed the button and put in the order. "We should talk about what you girls plan to do to protect yourselves," Cal said, draping his arm around Celeste and pulling her close.
Cute.
"Do?" Jolene looked at her sisters. We don't really need to do anything. We have skills. Yeah, but are you in control of them? Luke asked. Sure. Well, I think so.
I think so?
Jolene pressed her lips together.
Girl.
After the sisters had discovered their unusual gifts, they'd made a pact to try to practice and hone them so they'd be able to use them better. The last time they'd had to defend themselves, the gifts were rather unwieldy, and Jolene knew they would have been more effective if they'd been able to harness them properly. They had practiced a little, but then life had gotten in the way and they'd stopped. Jolene knew she could control her paranormal skill better than before, but was it good enough? The four sisters glanced sheepishly at each other, and Jolene knew the other three were thinking the same thoughts. Luckily, they were saved from answering by a knock on the front door. That's probably Jake, Fiona said, then yelled down the hall. Come in! At least he knocks. Jolene slid a teasing glance at Luke. Anyway, I think it's best if you guys don't go anywhere alone, Luke continued. We all know your powers are enhanced when you are together. What? Jolene screwed up her face. That's gonna seriously cramp my style. Yeah, Celeste added. Buddying up might work out okay for Morgan and Fiona, since they go to work together anyway. But for Jolene and me, it's just not practical. What's not practical? Jake asked as he sauntered into the kitchen, casting a disappointed glance at the counters. I thought you said there was going to be pizza. It's on order, Jolene answered. And what isn't practical is us buddying up and sticking together. We still have our individual jobs to do. Oh, you're talking about the warning? What's that really all about? Jake turned to Luke. Luke sighed. All I know is the big boss, Dorian Hall, is very concerned. She's sending some people out to keep an eye on things. Sending people out? Fiona raised a brow. You mean like last time with those nasty pirates? Yup. Great. So we'll have someone watching our every move? Jolene fisted her hands on her hips. She prided herself on being able to handle her own safety and hated having anyone watch over her. If that's what it takes. In fact, she said she's had a few in place for a while. And of course, I'm supposed to keep an eye on you guys too. Luke winked at Morgan, who looked more annoyed than pleased. So, someone has been watching me, Jolene thought. But they weren't doing a very good job if those guys had gotten to her at the storage facility. She wondered if those were the bad guys Luke was talking about, and if so, why had they let her go? She debated mentioning it, but decided against it. If Luke and Jake knew, they might insist on making sure none of them went anywhere alone. Well, great then. If someone is watching us, we don't need to buddy up, Jolene said, hopefully. I think you still should, Luke said. If Dorian is involved, that means it's serious, and whoever is behind this is ruthless. They'll stop at nothing to get what they want, whatever that is. Jolene frowned. Good question. What do they want? Luke shrugged and spread his hands at his sides. Dorian was pretty vague about that. Jolene had no idea what this evil person might want. She wondered if the attack at the storage place and on Barnes's boat had anything to do with it. Glancing at Celeste out of the corner of her eye, she could see her sister was thinking the same thing about Barnes's boat. Jolene gave her head a subtle shake. She didn't want to tell the others, lest it restrict their freedom even more. Celeste gave a slight nod in return, and Jolene relaxed, knowing her sister understood and agreed not to tell. So, you think this person could be more ruthless than Goldlinger?
Oh, yeah.
Fiona asked, referring to the maniacal thug who had descended on them to try to steal a 300-year-old treasure dating back to the time of Isaiah Blackmore. The treasure had been hidden on their property unbeknownst to the Blackmore sisters, and the girls had almost been killed defending it. In the end, they'd had to summon the forces of their powers to defeat Goldlinger's henchmen. That's when they'd learned the true power of their gifts. Luke shrugged. Yep, this guy is even more powerful and even more of a badass. In fact, our sources tell us Goldlinger is just one of his henchmen. So, are they after treasure again? Or something else they think we have? Jolene glanced up at the attic, thinking about the journals they'd discovered that had led them to the treasure. Was that what Eliza had been looking for? They'd never fully deciphered all of the journals. Maybe there was more in there, and that's what this guy was after. I'm not sure. I get the impression it's more personal than that. Personal? Celeste asked. Yes. So there is an immediate threat to you girls. And you probably can't trust anyone, Luke answered. Which brings me to your Aunt Eliza, Jake cut in. What do you girls really know about her? What are you trying to say? Morgan shrugged one shoulder, a sour look on her face. She's our aunt. She got into some kind of fight and left a long time ago and is now back for a visit. Why come back now? Jake asked. It seems like strange timing is all I'm saying. An odd coincidence she'd appear out of nowhere and insert herself into the house when there is a threat against you girls. And in my line of business, there's no such thing as coincidence. Maybe you should do a little investigating on her, Luke suggested. Investigate our aunt? Celeste bristled. That doesn't seem right. She's a Blackmore, and we don't investigate our own people. But aren't you the least bit curious as to why she left and what she's been doing all this time? Jake asked. Maybe. Celeste pressed her lips together. But that still doesn't mean I condone investigating family. The arrival of the pizzas suspended the conversation, and they all took a gooey slice and sat around the kitchen island with paper plates and a roll of paper towels. Jolene picked a pepperoni off her slice and popped it into her mouth. The salty grease tickled her taste buds. They ate in silence for a few minutes, the only sounds an occasional nummy noise. So, where is Eliza tonight? Jake asked as he picked out his second piece of pizza. She said she was going to visit friends, Jolene answered. Jake raised a brow. Really? Did she say who? No, Morgan cut in, and we weren't about to give her the 3rd degree. Of course not. It just seems funny that after being gone for 20 years without contacting any of you, she'd still have friends back here. Jake had a point. Eliza sure did seem to have a lot of people to visit in town, and she never once mentioned who any of them were. Jolene looked around the kitchen at her family. A feeling of foreboding spread in her stomach, making the pizza weigh heavy. Usually, it was Morgan who had the premonitions, but tonight, Jolene had one herself. Shoving aside her plate, she swallowed hard, trying to push down the lump that was forming in her throat, as she wondered if this might be their last supper together. Eliza Blackmore pulled the key out of the old truck's ignition and listened to the engine sputter out. Clicking off the lights, she stared into the depths of the darkened woods. It was dusk, and the dense forest was cloaked in shadow. She'd better hurry. Soon it would be totally dark. Eliza hurried down the path, the dark trees looming beside her like silent sentinels. The hazy dusk gave the woods a dreamlike quality. The forest was almost silent, except for the sound of her own heartbeat and a few birds letting out their last chirps before bedding down for the night. To her left, a chipmunk rustled in the dry leaves on the forest floor, pulling her startled attention away from the path. When she looked back at the path, a dark figure stood just ahead. "Did you find it?" the woman whispered as Eliza drew closer. Eliza sighed, her heart sinking. She hung her head. "No." A pale, wrinkled hand reached out and tilted her chin up so she was looking into the clear amber eyes of the old woman. Her skin was as pale as centuries-old parchment, which made her eyes appear to glow with an ethereal light. Or maybe they really were glowing? No, it's probably just a trick of the lighting, Eliza thought, as she studied the small woman in front of her. She was dressed in a long black cloak, the hood pulled up over her silver hair, making her small face appear to float inside its dark shadow. Eliza looked into her eyes, but instead of the disappointment she expected to see, she saw only understanding and wisdom. Never fear. I know you will succeed. I think I know where to look. I got close today, but was interrupted. It's critical you find it, or all may be lost. It could be the difference that keeps our opposers from gaining the upper hand. I know. Eliza felt the weight of the world on her shoulders. I still have a few places to look. The woman nodded, pulling her cloak closer as a breeze kicked up the dried leaves on the path, causing them to swirl around their feet. You must be alert. I feel the wind of change is close. I will. Good then. The amber eyes narrowed. And what of the girls? They seem to be virtually unaware. The woman simply nodded. Lowering her voice, she said, Don't forget your mission. More than one life hangs in the balance. And then she stepped backward and turned, melting into the shadow of the trees. Eliza stood there, blinking at the empty forest. Had the woman vanished into thin air? No, it probably just seemed that way. Night had fallen, and Eliza could barely see more than 10 feet in front of her. The old woman had simply walked out of her line of vision. Eliza turned, her stomach jittery with nerves, wondering if she'd be able to make her way back to the truck now that it was dark. As if by divine intervention, the 3/4 moon appeared from behind the long, thin cloud that had been hiding it, illuminating the woods enough for Eliza to see the path in front of her. She started back toward the parking lot, sucking in a startled breath, when something appeared directly in front of her. A deer blinked at her with its large eyes. Its dark, velvety nose twitched. Eliza could hear it exhaling puffs of breath as the two stood frozen, staring at each other. Then it turned and silently bounded off into the woods. Eliza quickened her pace. She had to get back home and find what she'd come to find before things turned for the worse. She wondered how much she should tell her nieces. How much did they know already? She had no idea, but if she had to lie to them, then so be it. Her mission was most important. She'd left town for a good reason all those years ago, and she wasn't about to let all that sacrifice be for nothing. Chapter 15. Jolene and her sisters had given in to Luke, Jake, and Cal's pleas for them to buddy up. So, the next day, Fiona and Morgan went to Sticks and Stones together, as usual, which left Jolene and Celeste to keep each other out of trouble. Since Celeste didn't have to work until later that day, she accompanied Jolene on her stakeout of Gale. Jolene usually preferred to work alone, but at least bringing Celeste along was better than having to drag Jake, Luke, or one of Luke's minions with her. A lot of the work Jolene did involved sitting in her car, waiting for someone to go somewhere so she could follow them. She had to admit, it could get kind of boring, so having Celeste along today wasn't that objectionable. Eliza sure spends a lot of time in her room, Celeste said, as they sat in the Subaru along a side street near Gale and Steve's house. I pictured that she'd be doing more stuff with us. Maybe she's a loner and likes to keep to herself, like me. Maybe, We have been busy, too, and we do spend all day at work. I'd just like to get to know her better. Maybe we can plan something for all of us to do together this weekend, Jolene offered. Good idea. Here she comes. Jolene kept her eyes on the side mirror, where she had spotted Gail's green Subaru motoring down the street toward them. She waited for it to go by, then pulled out a few seconds later. The key is to follow along behind, but not so close that the person suspects they are being followed. Hopefully she won't be looking for anyone tailing her, Celeste said. Do you expect her to be up to something? Yep. Steve said he heard her make a date for this afternoon. Oh, gosh, that's terrible. He must feel awful. Celeste stared out the window. I don't know how you can do this job sometimes. Jolene shrugged. It's not bad all the time. Besides, someone has to do it. I'm just sorry you have to tag along. It's probably boring for you. Well, I like the company, Celeste smiled. I just wish Luke would give us more information. The place he works for can't really be keeping him as much in the dark as he pretends. You think he's holding back on us? Jolene asked. She hadn't considered that. But why would he? I don't know. The whole thing is strange. Up ahead, Gail pulled off onto a less-traveled street, and Jolene slowed down so that she wouldn't be too close before she took the same turn. She glanced uneasily in her rearview mirror after she turned down the road. Is someone following us? Celeste half turned in her seat to look out the back. No, I don't think so. I'm just nervous about it, I guess. Luke has me all spooked now. Jolene didn't mention the part about getting knocked out at the storage facility. No sense in getting Celeste all worried. Have you found out anything more about Mom? Celeste's tentative voice at the mention of their mother made Jolene's stomach lurch. Well, I'm not sure if it's about Mom, but I did find something strange at Jeb's the other day. At Jeb's? Yeah, I was out there asking about the traps that he thought Gordy had taken, and he showed me something he found in one of the remaining traps. He thought it was a whale jaw, but it was a human jaw. What? Gross. Celeste scrunched her face up, and then her eyes widened. And you think it might be from... Her body was never found, Jolene cut in, so her sister didn't have to say the words. Oh. Celeste stared out the side window, and the two girls fell silent as Jolene followed Gail further into the boonies. Where the heck is she going? Celeste said after a few minutes. Maybe to some out-of-the-way motel? Jolene felt her heart sinking for Steve. It looked like he was right. She was off to meet her lover at some remote destination. I don't know of any motel down here, Celeste said as they watched Gail pull off onto a narrow dirt road. You know all the motels in the area? Jolene raised a brow at her sister and pulled over. It would be too obvious if she followed Gail down that narrow road. What do you think is down there? It looks almost like it could be a driveway. You never know out here. Celeste opened her window and craned her neck to see down the road. I think there is a mobile home at the end. That's weird. Maybe that's where the professor lives. Jolene reached into the back seat and pulled out her camera and telephoto lens. Come on, let's go see what she's up to. The two girls closed their car doors softly and crept through the woods, taking care to stay off the road and out of sight of the house. They hid behind a large bush about 200 feet from the well-kept mobile home. What are all those cars? Celeste pointed to the yard where 6 cars were parked at various angles. If she was meeting him for an affair, wouldn't there be only one other car? Jolene brought the camera up to her face and aimed it at the mobile home. Maybe it's some kind of swingers club or something? Wait, I think I see movement in the living room, Celeste said. They left the curtains open? Jolene focused the lens so that she could see straight into the living room, gasping as she scanned the group of people, recognizing some of the objects she saw in their hands. What is it? Celeste danced on her tiptoes, squinting with her hand shading her eyes to try to see all the way to the mobile home. Jolene snapped a few shots as proof for Steve, then handed the camera to her sister. Look for yourself. You won't believe it. Celeste grabbed the camera and plastered it to her face, adjusting the lens. Then Jolene heard her breath whoosh out. She lowered the camera and stared at Jolene. A pampered chef party? Jolene shrugged, and the girls giggled as they turned to go back to the car. I'm kind of glad we didn't catch Gail doing anything. I hate to have to be the one to give Steve the bad news. He's really stuck on her. Celeste's distracted nod set Jolene's nerves on edge. Celeste was looking to the left, scanning the woods. Jolene squinted in that direction. The hairs on her neck tingled. Someone was out there, watching them. She turned her head forward and kept walking, focusing on the energy of whoever was watching, honing her senses like a torpedo, zeroing in on an enemy vessel. Then suddenly she turned and thrust her palm out in the direction where she thought the watcher was. A ball of bright blue electricity shot out of her hand, zinging through the woods and crackling against a tree. Sparks flew out, falling to the ground like the sparkles of a firecracker. The electricity was a little off target and a lot stronger than Jolene had intended. Maybe she should have been trying harder to hone her skills. Geez, I guess you've been practicing. Celeste's face was pale. Was someone out there? Jolene frowned into the woods. I'm not sure. I felt like someone was, but I didn't hear a yell and don't see anyone running. Maybe you missed. Jolene scowled at her sister, and Celeste laughed. Anyway, the important thing is that you have been practicing, and you can fend off a bad guy. Luke and Jake were worrying for nothing, at least about you. Celeste glanced around uneasily. My skills seem to be more geared toward the energy of the past. I don't really have any paranormal ability to defend myself. Aw, don't worry, sis. Jolene put her arm around Celeste. I'll protect you. She was rewarded with Celeste's warm smile. I appreciate that. But what am I going to do when you're not around? Jolene dropped Celeste off at her yoga studio. Cal would pick Celeste up after work and bring her home, which was where Jolene was supposed to go now, as Luke had some of his minions watching the house to make sure nothing bad happened. She had no idea what bad thing they thought was going to happen, but she wasn't too worried. She'd proven in the woods that she could take care of herself, even if her intensity and aim was a little bit off. On the way home, she decided to stop at the bakery in No Quit Center and get one of her favorite blueberry muffins, the kind with giant, plump berries and crunchy crystals of sugar on top. It was a bright, sunny day in the mid-'80s, and No Quit Center was crowded with tourists in bright colors and noisy flip-flops. They strolled along the streets, eating ice cream, lugging beach bags, and taking up all the parking spots. Jolene had to park a few blocks away, but she didn't mind. The walk would do her good. As she walked, she let her gifts take over and scanned the crowd from a paranormal perspective. The auras were mostly happy. The center of town was filled with vacationers who weren't paying the least bit of attention to her. She wondered if there was someone in the crowd who was watching her, but she couldn't tell from any of the energy signals she was feeling. She wasn't too worried about it either. What could they do in a crowded downtown area? It's not like someone could rush into the street and grab her without being noticed. This was probably the safest place for her. Jolene! She heard her name being shouted from the right and spun around to see Steve Flint sitting on a bench. His clothing was rumpled, his face lined with worry. "Hi, Steve." She walked over and stood in front of him. "Did you find anything about—" He let his voice trail off, but Jolene knew what he meant. She could feel the anxious energy coming off him in waves, and she stepped back a bit. "Well, as a matter of fact, I did find something." Steve's face crumbled. He slouched back in the chair. "I knew it. But it's not what you think." His forehead wrinkled and he squinted up at her. "What?" "I did follow Gail earlier today, like you asked, but she didn't go to meet her lover. She went to a pampered chef party." "Pampered chef? What the heck is that?" "Oh, it's when a bunch of girls get together to chat and buy expensive items. They have parties for jewelry, makeup, and so on. The pampered chef one is for kitchen items." Steve looked perplexed. "Kitchen items? But Gail barely steps foot in the kitchen." "Well, my guess is that most of the people go to these parties for the gossip. That and to help their friend get enough hostess points to collect a bunch of freebies." Jolene had little use for these types of parties and always dreaded being invited. She usually showed up late, left early, and bought the least expensive item. Instead of looking happy, Steve looked more worried than before. Jolene noticed how gaunt and pale his face was. This thing is really taking a toll on him, she thought. "I just wish you could get some proof, so this whole thing would be over. It's killing me." His pleading eyes looked up at her, and her heart twisted. "I know. I'll try harder," she promised. "I'll have something concrete for you by the end of the week." "Okay, thanks." Steve leaned back in the chair, and his eyes took on a faraway look. "We'll talk later." "Okay. Bye." Jolene continued to the bakery, the thought of the plump blueberry muffin not seeming quite so sweet anymore. Chapter 16. Morgan and Fiona were having a conversation similar to the one Jolene and Celeste had had about their Aunt Eliza, as they worked on their separate projects at Sticks and Stones. "There's something kind of strange about her, don't you think?" Morgan asked, as she pinched some dried herbs from a container and crumbled them into the bottom of a stone mortar. Fiona shrugged, holding a pink tourmaline earring up to the window so that the light filtered through it like stained glass. "I guess so, but maybe she's just nervous being around us or something." "Not too nervous to go skulking around in the attic, though." "True. And she hasn't been around that much. Like Jake said, how many friends can she still have in Noquit? She's been gone a long time." "Good point. But we really should try to spend more time with her. She seemed nice the first night when we all had supper together. Maybe she'll be around for supper tonight." The bells over the door chimed, causing the girls to look up from their work. An old woman stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the sunlight streaming in behind her.
Not a regular?
She must have been 90 if she was a day. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, like tissue paper. She paused uncertainly in the doorway, holding something in her hand, a piece of jewelry it looked like. Morgan knew right away this was no ordinary piece. "Can we help you?" Morgan asked, unable to take her eyes off the unusual piece of jewelry. "Yes, I hope so." In contrast to her appearance, the woman's voice was strong, with a slight lilt to it. She walked over to Morgan, still holding out the jewelry, which Morgan could now see was a locket. Fiona must have seen it, too, from her workbench on the other side of the shop, because she appeared next to the woman, bending her head down to look at the piece that she had placed on the counter. "This was my grandmother's," the woman said, "passed down through the family, but as you can see, it's got some damage." The locket appeared to be ancient. It was made from the strangest material Morgan had ever seen. It appeared to be some sort of stone with geometric striations through it. The sides and edges were decorated with delicate gold filigree, and a small garnet set in a filigree frame glowed from the middle. "It's beautiful," Fiona said. Morgan reached out to reposition the locket so she could see it. As she touched it, she felt a surge of energy. She gasped, pulling her hand back, and looked up at the woman who was assessing her with clear, amber-colored eyes. Morgan had the fleeting feeling that this was about more than just fixing a locket. She cleared her throat and turned to get one of the contact forms the girls kept behind the desk. "If you can just fill this out, we'll take a look." She turned to Fiona, who seemed to be mesmerized by the necklace. "Do you think you could fix it, Fee?" "What?" Fiona looked up, apparently startled by the question. "Yes, of course." "It's very unusual," Morgan said. "Do you know anything about it?" The woman glanced up from the form she was filling out. "Just that. It's very old. My grandmother always wore it, and after she died, I kind of lost track of it. I just found it in the attic with some of her old things yesterday. It's some sort of crystal or stone, but I don't know what it is." Fiona's eyes were still glued to the locket. The woman put the pen down and pushed the form to Morgan. "Well, that should do it. Do you need anything else?" Morgan glanced at the form. "No, we'll call when it's ready." The woman turned and headed to the door. Pausing with her hand on the knob, she looked back at them. "Take good care of it. It could be more important than you think." Morgan's brow creased, thinking that was an odd thing to say. But when she looked up to ask the woman what she meant, she was already gone.
Wow.
The shop door firmly shut, even though Morgan couldn't recall hearing the bell. "I've never seen a stone like this." Fiona dangled the locket in front of her, watching it twirl at the end of the gold chain. "It's not really that pretty of a stone, but unusual enough to be interesting." "The garnet and filigree help, though," Morgan said. "Definitely." Fiona put it back on the counter and slipped her fingernail under the edge of one of the broken sections of filigree. "It will be no easy task to match this fine work." Morgan put her fingers gently on the locket to turn it to face her. Her fingertips tingled, and she felt a surge of something go through her. Power? Energy? She pulled her hand away. "What is it?" Fiona looked concerned. "When I touched it, it felt strange." Fiona hovered tentative fingers over the locket, then cautiously rested them on top of it. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Morgan. "It feels tingly. I feel energized, like the stone is giving me energy or something." "That's how I felt." Morgan looked down at the locket. "We should find out what's inside this thing." Fiona picked the locket up to inspect the hinge. "The hinge looks okay. I wonder why it won't open." Turning the other side to face her, she gently pushed on the clasp, but it appeared to be wedged stuck. That's strange." Fiona took the locket over to her work table. "Let's see what I have here that might help." She rummaged through the tools, coming up with a thin dental pick, and very carefully put the tip into the locket near the clasp, and moved it ever so slightly to pry the locket open. A bolt of electricity shot out of the locket, zinged across the room, and incinerated a wooden side table in a puff of smoke. The cut crystal vase full of fresh-cut roses that had been on the table hovered in the air for a split second before crashing to the floor in a watery mess of glass shards and petals. Fiona and Morgan gaped at the mess. "Wow. "That sure isn't any ordinary locket," Morgan said. Chapter 17. Jolene started a car and pulled off the top part of her blueberry muffin before edging out into the traffic. Biting into the muffin top, she felt the satisfying crunch of the large sugar granules that were sprinkled liberally on top as the carbs raced through her bloodstream, making a beeline to her brain. She needed the sugar from the muffin to maneuver her way around the downtown no-quit traffic. It was tourist traffic, and tourist traffic wasn't like regular traffic because they tended to slow down to gawk at shops, scenic views, and even other tourists. Tourist traffic was also known to suddenly stop without warning. One needed to have their wits about them to navigate it successfully, and for Jolene, sugar usually did the trick. As she worked her way out of No-Quit Center toward Perkins Cove, her mind turned to Steve and Gail Flint. She felt terrible for Steve, but she also wondered if he wasn't being a bit paranoid. She hadn't seen any indication that Gail was cheating, and she was pretty good at picking up on these things. But if she wasn't cheating, why all the secret phone conversations and clandestine meetings? Her chirping phone drew her attention to the passenger seat, her mind already deciding she would ignore it if it were Luke, Jake, or one of her sisters calling to check up on her. It wasn't. It was Charlene. Jolene tensed, thinking of the jawbone she'd left with her friend. She wasn't sure if she was ready to hear the answer. The muffin she'd just swallowed formed a lump in her throat. "Hi, Charlene." "Hey, Joe. I have some news about that bone you gave me." "Uh-huh." "I was able to get a dental match on it." "And?" "It's not your mom's." "What?" Jolene hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath, but now it rushed out. She didn't know if she felt relieved or disappointed. "It belongs to some guy named Barnes." "Gerald Barnes?" Images of the cabin of the old boat, and then the explosion in Perkins Cove flitted through her mind. "That's the old fisherman who's been missing." "I know. I did some research," Charlene said. "I called in a favor from a friend for the dental match, so it's all been done unofficially like you wanted. But now that I know it could help on the missing persons case, I need to submit it through proper channels." "That's okay," Jolene said. "I appreciate you doing it on the down low." "No problem." Charlene clicked off. Jolene frowned as she tossed the phone on the seat. It wasn't really a surprise that Barnes was dead. After all, they'd talked to his ghost. But what she couldn't figure out was what his body was doing out in the ocean. If he'd been out fishing and fallen overboard, that would make sense. But if that were the case, his boat would have been adrift in the ocean, not moored in his spot in the cove. Something didn't add up. Charlene had taken a risk getting that information on the sly, and Jolene felt like she owed her. She wanted to do something to show her appreciation. But what? Her thoughts went back to the beef dish Charlene had been cooking, and then flitted to the Pampered Chef party. Maybe Charlene would appreciate something for the kitchen. She'd heard Pampered Chef had the best of the best. And then a thought struck her like a lightning bolt.
Go undercover.
She stomped on the brake pedal and cut the wheel to take a sharp right. Ignoring the honking horns and screeching brakes behind her, she turned onto the side road that doubled back toward the center of town. Sure, she was supposed to be heading straight home, but she had an idea that might help prove her case, and she had to act on it. And besides, what could possibly happen to her in broad daylight? Morgan pulled her Toyota into a spot across from Reed Pawn and Antiques and peered through her side window into the shop. It looks like he doesn't have any customers, Fiona said, as the two girls exited the car and waited for traffic to pass so they could cross the street. Good. The less people that see this, Morgan pointed to the white paper bag where she carried the locket, the better. Fiona nodded. The traffic broke, and they sprinted across, pulling open the door and spilling into the shop. Cal Reed stood, leaning with his palms on the display case he used as a counter in front of him, studying a book that lay open on the top of the glass. He looked up and smiled at them, his dimples and sparkling blue eyes highlighting his boyish good looks. It was easy to see why Celeste had fallen for him. Morgan just wondered why it had taken her sister so darn long. Cal and Celeste had been best friends since grade school, and Cal was almost like a brother to Morgan, Fiona, and Jolene, who all knew years ago that the two were perfect for each other. But for some reason, Cal and Celeste hadn't figured that out themselves until a couple of years ago. So, let's see this magic locket. Cal held out his hand, and Morgan took the locket out of the white bag, gently placing it in Cal's palm. Cal's eyes widened. Well, that certainly is unusual. He turned it over in his palm, then held it closer to his face, studying it from every angle. Then he took a loop out of his pocket and studied it again. Morgan and Fiona stood patiently watching. Morgan noticed that Cal hadn't said anything about handling the locket, making his fingers tingle, or getting a rush of energy. Maybe that was a one-time thing. Or maybe it only happened to her and Fiona. Cal didn't have any gifts. Maybe the locket only affected people that did. Cal took the locket over to the book he had been reading and bent over it, looking from the page to the locket and back again. He flipped to the next page and repeated the process. Morgan stood beside him, peeking over his shoulder. I'd say this locket is made mostly of meteorite. He straightened and looked at the girls. Fiona's brows snapped into a V. Meteorite? Like from outer space? Yep. But those are just ugly rocks, Morgan said. Unless you cut them and polish them, the same as any other rock or crystal. Cal pointed to the locket. See these lines? How they create a geometric pattern? The girls nodded. Look at this picture of a cut meteorite. Cal pointed to a picture in the book, which showed a large rock that had been cut in half, exposing the inside. Sure enough, the markings were strikingly similar to the locket. I guess it's the same as any gemstone, Fiona said. When they come out of the ground, they usually don't look that great, but once they are cut and polished, you see their true beauty. Sure, but the end result isn't really that pretty, Morgan pointed out as she looked at the dull gray locket. The pattern is interesting, Cal said, and ancient civilizations thought meteorites had special powers because they came streaking down from the sky. Is the locket that old? Fiona asked. Well, I wouldn't say it's ancient, but it could be 300 or 400 years old. It's well made. Probably cost a pretty penny. Cal looked up at Morgan. Did you say the lady's phone was out of order? Yep. Morgan had tried to call her after the locket had incinerated their table, but her number had been disconnected, which was odd since she'd just filled out the form that morning. Maybe we can have Jolene Google her or something, Cal suggested. I'd love to talk to her and find out more about it. It's quite unusual. You can say that again, Fiona said. Cal glanced out the window to make sure no one was about to come into the shop. Did you say it shot out electricity when you tried to open it? Fiona and Morgan nodded solemnly. Cal knew about the girls' special gifts and had even witnessed them in action more than once, so they weren't afraid he'd think they were nuts. Anyone else would, though, so it was a good thing they were alone in the shop. Cal pushed the clasp. Morgan wasn't surprised when it didn't open. He pushed harder, trying to wedge his thumbnail into the opening to pry it. Nothing. I wouldn't try to force it unless you want your shop to go up in flames, Fiona warned. But he did try, and still nothing happened. I don't see any electricity shooting out, Cal said. Morgan frowned at the locket. Maybe we used it up. Or maybe it only happens to people who are paranormally inclined, Fiona suggested. Do your fingertips tingle when you touch the stone? Morgan asked. Cal pressed on the stone with his index finger. No. Mine did. Mine too, Fiona chimed in. She touched the stone, then pulled her fingers back quickly, as if stung. Still do. Cal flipped to a page he'd marked in the book. It says here, some ancient cultures believed meteorites could amplify energy. Maybe that's what it's doing to us, Morgan said. Amplifying our energy, our gifts. That's why our fingers tingle. Maybe, Fiona said. Now we really need to talk to Mamie Green and find out more. She might not know anymore. Remember? She said she remembered seeing her grandmother wear it, but hadn't seen it in years until she came across it in her grandmother's things. True, but it's worth a try, Fiona said. I'm dying to find out what's inside it, but I don't want to force it open and break it, or burn something down. I am supposed to be fixing it, not destroying it. I'd like to know more, too. Cal looked at the clock over the door. But right now, I have to go pick up Celeste. Maybe we can research it some more back at your place tonight. Jolene will be there to help us. She's such a whiz on the computer. That sounds good. Morgan let him usher them toward the door. But let's not say anything in front of Eliza. I have a funny feeling about her, and with everything going on now, I'm not sure how much we want to let her know about us. So, you think we can't trust her? Cal asked. Maybe she shouldn't be at your house. Do you think she could be part of the threat Luke's been talking about? Morgan shrugged. I'm not sure, but until we know more about either Eliza or the threat, the less information we give away, the better. Eliza Blackmore stomped down the attic steps in frustration. She'd scoured all the older boxes and still didn't find what she was looking for. It had to be here somewhere. She turned in a slow circle on the second-floor landing. Squeezing her eyes shut, she willed her senses to ferret out the item and point her in the right direction. She needed a sign. Her nieces would be home soon, and that would really put a damper on her searching activities. Meow. Eliza's eyes flew open and zeroed in on Belladonna, who sat at the bottom of the stairs staring up at her with those ice-blue eyes. Was this the sign she'd been asking for? Hey, Belladonna, do you have a message for me? The cat stared at her lazily, then winked one eye. Eliza started down the stairs, and Belladonna trotted off in the direction of the kitchen. Eliza's stomach fluttered with excitement as she followed the cat into the kitchen. But her excitement was squelched when Belladonna stopped next to her food bowl and looked from the bowl to Eliza pointedly. Oh, is that it? You just wanted me to feed you? Belladonna answered by pushing the bowl toward Eliza. Eliza sighed and went to the cabinet where she'd seen Fiona put the cat food. Taking down the bag, she crossed to the cat bowl, poured some in, and started back to return the bag. The door to the cellar caught her eye as she turned. Her previous exploration of the cellar had been cut short when Jolene and Celeste had come home soaking wet the other day. Now was the perfect time to continue. She quickly put the cat food back, then slipped her hand inside the door and flipped the switch that lit the low wattage bulb that provided the only source of light in the basement. Pulling the door all the way open, she grimaced at the hinge's squeal of protest. Good thing she was the only one home to hear it. She started down the steps, feeling a chill as she got closer to the bottom. The damp smell of mildew tickled her nostrils. She stepped onto the packed dirt floor and turned to the left. The cellar was empty, except for a few piles of junk in the far end. She'd already searched the junk, but there was one interesting piece she hadn't had time to play around with. The giant wine cask sat against the wall, looking totally out of place in the dank basement. It was almost 6 feet tall, and the old convex oak boards were dark with age. Bands of copper and copper rivets still held it together, as they had hundreds of years ago. It would be more appropriate in a winery, Eliza thought, as she walked toward the ancient-looking piece. Could it be a leftover from Isaiah Blackmore's travels? If so, it would have been here when Eliza lived here, and she didn't remember it. Of course, that wasn't saying much. She hadn't come down in the basement often, and back then it had been crammed full of stuff, so the cask probably would have been invisible behind all the junk. As she approached the cask, she felt a funny sensation like a humming inside her body. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, focusing all her attention on the object in front of her. Summoning all her energy, she felt an irresistible pull toward the cask. She stepped closer and closer, then opened her eyes. She was staring straight at a copper rivet. Going on gut instinct, she pressed the rivet. A satisfying click echoed through the basement as the cask swung out from the wall. Well, I'll be. I never knew this was here. Of course, she'd heard the rumors that Isaiah had buried a priceless treasure in a maze under the house, but she didn't think they were actually true. She'd looked before, but never been able to find the entrance. In fact, she'd never even paid any attention to the cask. Her mother and brother must have emptied the basement out at some point, which made her wonder, who else knew about the secret maze? Did her nieces know about this? She peered into the dark tunnel. A cold breeze touched her face, and she breathed in the briny smell of salt water. If the rumors were true, the tunnel would lead to underground passages that housed the treasure. She remembered something about part of the maze being underwater, but it was worth checking out. The item she'd been searching for could be in there. She slipped into the dark tunnel, a smile playing over her lips as she picked her way along the dark, damp passage. Guilt tugged at Jolene's gut as she drove toward the junior college. It wasn't as if she was lying to her sisters. She was simply taking a little detour before going home. No one would be back at the house until after supper, so she had a few hours before anyone even knew she wasn't there. There should be plenty of time to see if her hunch was right and return safely home. Swinging her car into the large parking lot, she drove toward the building, her heart lifting when she saw Gail's Subaru. Hopefully, she'd get the proof she needed and put this case to rest today. She parked far away from Gail, and just in case she was wrong, grabbed her camera and headed into the building. Jolene's footsteps echoed on the shiny tile of the empty halls. It was almost supper time, so the daytime classes were over, and most of the evening ones had not yet started. She navigated the halls, peering into the rooms through the rectangular glass windows. The place was like a tomb, which normally would have had her tuning up her senses so she could be aware, but right now she was too focused on her hunch to think of anything else. She turned down a hall, her nose wrinkling at the smell. Something was burning. She must be on the right track. A few doors down, she saw it. Flattening herself against the wall, she peeked unobtrusively into the room. It was just as she suspected. Gale stood just inside the room, a handsome professor to the right of her, next to the stove where a pot was releasing steam into the air. Gale wore a white apron, and several other students stood beside her. Gale wasn't having an affair. She was taking cooking lessons. Just to be sure, Jolene heightened her senses to take a peek at Gale's aura. It was bright blue, not a drop of muddy colors or hint of deception. There wasn't any red or pink either, so Jolene had a pretty good idea that Gale didn't have designs on her handsome teacher. Angling herself so she could snap some shots without being seen, Jolene put the camera up to her face and got the evidence she needed. Her task completed, she practically skipped down the hallway. She couldn't wait to tell Steve. Today had been productive. She'd closed a case and discovered something about her mother's death. Well, assuming Barnes being at the bottom of the Atlantic actually had something to do with her mother's death. She slowed her pace and chewed her bottom lip, deep in thought. What was Barnes's jaw doing at the bottom of the ocean? Was the rest of him there? And who had put him there, and why? May had said the Andrea June held the truth, and Barnes certainly was keeping some kind of evidence on the boat. Plus, he had that photo in his storage locker. Someone must have wanted to stop him. Maybe the same person who knocked her out and took the photo. But why wouldn't they have taken the photo and gotten rid of the evidence on the boat sooner? Maybe they hadn't known about them until Jolene started poking around and led them straight to the evidence. Or they figured since Barnes was dead, there was no one to blackmail them with the evidence. Pushing the metal bar on the door open, Jolene walked out into the perfectly sunny summer day. But she didn't feel the warm sun, or hear the chirping birds, or see the 3 men in gray hoodies approaching from the woods. She was too deep in her thoughts. Thoughts of Barnes and what he knew about her mother, whose death was now looking less and less like suicide. When her senses kicked in, it was too late. The men were upon her. She felt the odd draining feeling, similar to the other day, and whirled around, pushing out her palms in a thrust of energy. Her stomach sank. Panic spread through her as she watched the energy dribble uselessly to the ground, just before her legs gave out on her. Everything was happening in slow motion. It seemed like it took several minutes for her to slide down to the ground. Her eyes fluttered, trying to stay open. She watched as the men came toward her, one of them holding out the strange geode she'd seen the other day. They reached for her, and she tried to struggle, to kick out, to fight them off with her hands, but she was too weak. She felt a pinprick in her neck. Then, nothing. Chapter 18. Is that the necklace Cal couldn't stop talking about all the way home? Celeste asked Morgan and Fiona, who were bent over the kitchen island studying something. Yep, Morgan said without even looking up. Celeste walked to the opposite side of the island and put her forearms on the cold granite so she could lean over to get a better look at this magical locket. She was disappointed to discover it didn't look like much. That's it? Celeste scrunched up her face. It's kind of ugly. Maybe, but it's pretty special. Fiona slid it toward Celeste. Touch it. Celeste gave her sister a funny look, then reached out toward the locket, placing her fingertips gently on top. The tingly sensation was unusual, but not altogether unpleasant. Celeste felt a rush of energy. She pulled her hand back. Her cheeks flushed. Wow, what was that? We're not sure. Morgan said. It seems to play off our gifts or something. Cal didn't feel it, so I think it only affects people with paranormal abilities. I bet it has something to do with the stone, Fiona added. It's like some kind of an amplifier, but I don't know if all meteorites do it, or if this one is special. Have either of you ever held a meteorite? Cal asked. The three of them shook their heads. Not that I know of, but I think we should get one and see how it reacts, Morgan said. Celeste tilted her head to study the design and workmanship of the locket. It does look pretty old. Did the owner know anything about it? When she dropped it off, she said it was her grandmother's, Fiona said. When we found out it was more than just a piece of jewelry, we tried to call her, but the phone number she gave us was disconnected. We've been asking around town, but no one seems to know her. Cal's forehead creased. Where's Jolene? I'm sure she can dig something up about either the owner or the locket. Morgan waved her hand distractedly. She's not here. She must have gone out with Eliza or something, because her car is gone and neither of them are here. Celeste's brows knit together. She's not here? She was supposed to come straight home after she dropped me off, and that was hours ago. Morgan and Fiona looked up. The three sisters' eyes met, and a seed of doubt started to take root in Celeste's stomach. She might have come home, but her car wasn't here when we got here, Fiona said. I'm sure she and Eliza just went out shopping or something. It's probably nothing to worry about. I guess you're right. We were talking about how we should do more things with Eliza just this morning, so maybe she was acting on that. Celeste glanced around at the counters. It would be nice if she had left a note. Well, it looks like someone was here, because someone fed Belladonna. Morgan pointed to Belladonna's dish in the middle of the floor. The girls usually kept it in the corner, but the finicky cat always pushed it out into the room little by little as she picked at her food. Yeah, I guess you guys are right. So, you can't figure out how to open it? Celeste asked, pointing at the locket. Fiona shook her head. We're afraid to try it inside. A tap at the kitchen door pulled their attention from the locket, and they looked up to see Jake Cooper standing outside. Fiona got up, let him in, and greeted him with a peck on the lips. Hi, everyone. Jake smiled at them. Then his smile faltered. Where's Jolene? Out with Eliza, I guess, Fiona answered. What do you mean? She was supposed to stay at home. Jake's jaw hardened. His mouth set in a firm line. When have you ever known Jolene to do what she's supposed to do? Morgan asked. Jake nodded. Good point. Besides, if she's with Eliza, she's probably safe, right? Celeste asked hopefully. I guess so. Jake looked down at the locket on the island. What's so interesting? Someone brought this old locket to the shop for me to fix, Fiona explained. But it seems to be much more than just a piece of jewelry. It seems to be some sort of paranormal power amplifier. Huh? Jake scrunched his face at her. Even though he'd seen the girls' gifts in action, he still had a hard time accepting their paranormal abilities. Fiona simply shrugged. You'll see. They went back to studying the locket when they were interrupted again, this time by the front door slamming and the pounding of footsteps running down the hall toward the kitchen. Celeste tensed, jerking her head toward the door, where Luke came practically skidding into the room. Sorry, I came as soon as I heard, he said. 5 pairs of eyes narrowed in his direction. Heard what? Morgan asked. Don't you know? No. What? Her voice turned impatient. I just got off the phone with Dorian Hall. Jolene's been taken.
What?
Taken? Celeste's heart twisted painfully.
That's what happened?
What do you mean? The
Shut
room
up.
was silent.
That's crazy.
Everyone's attention riveted on Luke.
No.
Dorian had someone following Jolene, but her guy couldn't stop them. They grabbed her at the junior college. What was she doing there? Morgan looked at the group. How did they grab her in broad daylight? That's a good question. Just this morning, she thought someone was following us on a job, and she practically set the town on fire with an energy ball. It would be pretty hard to grab her. Unless they got her by surprise or counteracted the energy. Fiona looked down at the locket. If this stone can amplify energy, maybe other stones can absorb it. Celeste looked around the room. Wait a minute. If someone grabbed Jolene, then where is Eliza? I thought they were together. Maybe she got grabbed too, Morgan answered. Or maybe she is one of the grabbers, Cal suggested. I'm sorry, I don't know much more about it. I feel like we've been kept in the dark, Luke said. Dorian is coming over to explain. Yeah, well, she better. Morgan grabbed the locket. I think I'll just put this in the drawer. We're not sure we want this Dorian person knowing about it. Why not? Luke looked at her strangely. We'll tell you later. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Luke and Morgan went to see who it was. They returned a few seconds later with a tall, short-haired woman. Everyone, this is my boss, Dorian Hall. Luke went around the room, introducing the three sisters, Jake and Cal. Celeste studied the woman as she shook hands with each of them. Her short hair was stylish, but not overly done. She wore black slacks, a black cotton shirt, and a gray linen blazer. She would almost be bland, nondescript, but there was something about her that made her stand out, an air of power or authority, which was accentuated by keen intelligence in her large, dark eyes. I'm sorry about Jolene. We haven't had time to put enough people in place, and there wasn't enough of a force to stop them from grabbing her. We didn't expect her to be out alone. She cocked an eyebrow at Luke. She's strong-willed, he said. Well, anyway, now we know the threat against you girls is very serious. What threat? Morgan demanded. Who are these people, and where did they take my sister? Dorian sighed. We're not positive, but it seems she's been abducted by people under the control of Dr. Mortimer Bly.
Not Bly.
Morgan's brows snapped into an angry V. Mortimer Bly? Who the hell is that? He sounds like something from a comic book. He's one of the world's foremost researchers for alternative energy. Fiona snorted. Seriously? What would an alternative energy researcher want with Jolene? Dorian and Luke exchanged a glance, and Luke gave a half shrug. He's not just a researcher, Dorian continued. That's a front for his real purpose. Which is, Cal prompted, tapping into paranormal energy for his personal gain. Dorian nodded toward Morgan, Fiona, and Celeste. Imagine what you could do if you had an army of people with your powers. Uneasiness bloomed in Celeste's chest. Do? If you wanted to use your powers to influence others or gain something, you probably could, right? I never actually thought about it. Celeste looked at her sisters, who shook their heads. We've always just used them to defend ourselves. Of course, but Bly wants to use those powers, or powers like yours, for more sinister reasons. Like what? Jake asked. Dorian shrugged. Money and power, of course. Wait, Fiona cut in. You said powers like ours. Do you mean there are others out there like us? Yes, Dorian said, although we think your powers are stronger than the others we have seen. So what does all this have to do with Jolene? Morgan asked. We think Bly took Jolene as bait to try to lure the rest of you somewhere. The 4 of you are a threat to him, and he wants to get rid of you. Celeste felt a chill run up her spine. Had Bly already gotten rid of Jolene? Get rid of us? The look of alarm on Fiona's face echoed Celeste's thoughts. But why? Dorian shrugged. I guess he feels like you could screw up the works for him. But we don't even care about him or what he is doing, Morgan said. How could we be a threat? Dorian shifted on her feet. He may be under the impression that we've recruited you to help us thwart his efforts. Efforts? To collect key paranormal relics that will strengthen his power. Relics? Cal's left brow inched up, and he glanced at the drawer Morgan had put the locket into. What kind of relics? I'm not entirely sure, but the point is, if he's successful, his power will grow. With enough of it, he could overthrow entire governments. Dorian's eyes turned deadly serious. Even ours.
Shit.
So, that's why you were interested in all this, Morgan said. And in us. Dorian gave an apologetic shrug. We do what we have to do. But of course, I never said I worked for the government, and you do get paid well for helping. Celeste thought back to the last job they had done for Luke's mysterious company. It involved ferreting out a centuries-old treasure, and they had been paid well. Had that had something to do with these relics she was talking about? So, what's your plan for getting Jolene back? Morgan asked. Well, we need to figure out where he took her, and then assemble a team to go... That sounds like it's going to take too long, Jake cut in. I'll retrace the steps and ask around town. Someone was bound to have seen something. Right, and once you get on her trail, we'll just go and get her back. Maybe we can use some of our paranormal skills to help find her, Morgan said, even though she didn't actually know how to use their skills to locate someone. Oh, no, you girls can't go, Dorian said. Can't go? Fiona scrunched her face at Dorian. I don't think so. No, it's much too dangerous. If we lose the 3 of you, it could set all our efforts back decades. I'll put my best people on it, and I'll let you know what we find. Dorian glanced at a slim silver watch on her wrist. I better get to it. I'll be in touch. I can show myself out. She nodded at them, turned on her heel, and started toward the hall. Glancing over her shoulder at them, she said, Stay put until you hear from me. And don't forget, Dr. Bly has deadly intentions toward you. The 6 of them stared at each other, while they listened to the clicking of the screen door and the sound of Dorian's car starting in the driveway.
Oh, no.
Morgan's voice cut into the silence. Are we really going to stay put, like she asked?
No.
The sisters looked at each other, then at Jake, Luke, and Cal. No way.
Sorry.
Chapter 19. Okay, so, how do we figure out where Jolene is? Morgan asked. Well, if this was one of my cases, I'd retrace the person's steps and go to the place they were last seen, Jake answered. Which, according to Dorian Hall, was the junior college, Fiona added. Jake looked at Celeste. Did she say anything to you about where she was going, or why? Celeste's stomach sank. She must have been the last one to see Jolene before she was kidnapped. No. As far as I know, she was coming straight home. I knew I should have rescheduled my classes and stayed with her. Cal slid an arm around Celeste's shoulders.
Aww.
Don't beat yourself up. Jolene is a grown woman. It was her own decision to go off by herself. Yeah, let's not waste time talking about what-ifs. We need to be proactive, Luke said. Let's find out about this Dr. Bly and see if we get any clues as to where he might have taken Jolene. Jake nodded. And we need to get out to the college before the trail gets cold. Maybe she left us a clue, some sort of key as to who took her. Key. The word niggled something in the back of Celeste's mind. Then, once we get an idea of what direction to head in, we can come up with a plan on how to get her back. Luke headed toward the east sitting room. Where's that laptop? Wait a minute. Celeste rushed to the drawer where Morgan had put the old locket. She held it up by the chain, watching the light glint off the garnet stone in the middle as the pendant dangled in front of her. Grandma said something strange to me the other day. She said, the key is in the locket. I thought she meant the one Jolene wore that looked like Mom's, but there was nothing in that locket. So, you're thinking maybe she meant this one? Fiona asked. Celeste nodded. She captured the twirling locket in her hand. Immediately, she felt a vibration from the stone. She closed her eyes, concentrating on the energy she was getting from the locket. She sensed a presence to her right and opened her eyes to see a light blue swirling mist. She watched as it slowly took the form of an old woman. She was bent over with age, but her eyes glowed with youth. The locket is protected, but inside is what you seek. The voice was barely above a whisper, and Celeste had to strain to make out the words. Then the apparition was gone. One small droplet of water fell to the floor as Celeste stared at the empty air. What is it? Morgan asked, and Celeste realized the others had all been silently watching her. A ghost, an old woman. She said, what we seek is inside the locket, but it's protected. Protected?
By what?
Fiona's forehead wrinkled. She reached out for the locket, and Celeste handed it over. We need to get this thing open, protected or not. Fiona put the locket on the counter, picked up a knife, and stuck it into the opening.
Don't.
Celeste heard a sizzling sound and smelled the arc of electricity. Her hair prickled. Ouch! Fiona jumped back from the locket, shaking her hand. I think it's got some kind of energy that's keeping it from being opened, Morgan said. Maybe someone who doesn't have paranormal gifts should try it. The locket doesn't seem to affect us regular people the same way. Cal's lopsided grin made Celeste's heart swell, and she couldn't help but feel nervous for him as he picked the locket up. I'm not even sure it's worth it, Jake said. What could possibly be inside that would help us find Jolene?
How dare you?
I don't know, but if it gives us a clue on where Jolene is, it's worth finding out. Cal gritted his teeth together and pressed on the clasp. Crack! The sound was deafening. Celeste covered her ears just as a light blue beam of energy shot across the room, shattering a ceramic mug into 1,000,000 pieces, which flew up almost to the ceiling, then rained down on the tile floor in a clatter of shards.
Oh my gosh.
Damn it. Morgan ran her fingers through her hair. We need to find a way to open this. I have a feeling what we need to know is inside. They were hunched over the island, staring at the locket, which was sitting in the center where Cal had dropped it, each of them trying to figure out how to get it open, when a cold draft pulled their attention away. Celeste looked up, her heart jerking when she saw a figure silhouetted in the open doorway leading to the basement. I can open it.
Oh, shit.
Fiona's narrow-eyed glare made Eliza's stomach twist. You were down in the basement all this time? It sounded more like an accusation than a question. Eliza glanced behind her. I guess you could say that. Eliza saw the sisters exchange an uneasy glance, and she knew they were wondering what she'd been doing down there. There wasn't much to look at. She'd probably have to tell them she'd discovered the tunnels. Too bad she hadn't found the amulet, but she'd get them to help her with that in due time. Right now, she could tell they needed her help. It was all coming to a head, just as she'd been told, and she'd have to come clean with her nieces and hope they trusted her if she wanted her mission to end in success. That locket is protected with an energy seal. You won't be able to open it yourselves. What the heck is an energy seal? Morgan scrunched up her face. It's a paranormal device. People with certain skills can seal anything that has hinges with an energy cipher. Only people skilled in breaking that cipher can open it. It's kind of like picking a lock. Fiona raised her right brow at her aunt. And you know how to break the cipher? Eliza nodded. But first, tell me what happened. I know something is wrong, and I think I can help. The girls hesitated. Eliza was afraid they wouldn't trust her enough to let her in, but after a few seconds, Celeste said, "Oh, what the heck. She knows about the locket and the energy lock. Maybe she can help." Okay. Morgan nodded and told Eliza how Dorian Hall had told them Jolene had been taken, and how the mysterious old woman had brought the locket to their shop earlier that day. Eliza stared down at the locket on the counter. This is made from meteorite. Do you know something about the locket? Fiona asked. Near as we can tell, it seems to have unusual properties. Eliza glanced up at Fiona. The stone conducts energy, like some metals conduct heat. The meteorite this stone came from has a high concentration of iron and nickel, which makes it highly conductive to paranormal energy. Is that why I feel all tingly when I touch it? Celeste asked. Eliza nodded as she bent closer to inspect the locket. Yes, it enhances paranormal abilities. All meteorites do. So jewelry made from it would be especially valuable for us paras, because wearing it would guarantee that you'd always have something that could amplify your special gifts. You've seen jewelry like this before? Not the locket per se, but I've seen pendants. This is very old. It was most likely owned by an energy master. Energy master? Morgan stared at the locket. Someone highly skilled in the art of bending energy, making it do what you want. You know what I'm talking about.
No.
Right? Eliza's ice blue eyes stared at each of her nieces in turn. She sensed that in that one look she was making a connection, a bond that couldn't be broken, stronger even than their bond of family. She just hoped it wasn't too late. The girls glanced at each other again. Then Morgan spoke for them. We know exactly what you mean. Eliza nodded. I know you girls have paranormal gifts, just as I do. It's a Blackmore family trait, like the blue eyes, which is why we have to get Jolene back. It's critical to our cause. Your cause? Jake looked skeptically at Eliza.
Whoa!
Our cause,
Back
she
up,
replied.
man.
This isn't just about the Blackmore family or even the paranormal community. What Dr. Bly intends to do could spell disaster for the entire human race. Morgan felt a dark sense of foreboding take hold in the pit of her stomach as she listened to her aunt. She'd learned to trust her gut instincts, and right now they told her that her aunt wasn't exaggerating about what might happen if Bly's plan came to fruition. She shivered, thinking what might happen if Bly was successful, and what he might be doing to Jolene right this very minute. Luke, Jake, and Cal, however, were a bit more skeptical. So, you expect us to believe that this Dr. Bly is some sort of mad scientist whose goal is to take over the world? Jake's brows had risen, almost to his hairline. I guess it does sound a bit far-fetched when you put it that way, but basically, that's what it is. Eliza shrugged. He really does have a multi-billion-dollar company that researches alternative energy, but that's just a cover for his real work. Which is, Luke asked, trying to harness paranormal energy. Why would he want to do that? Eliza sighed. You guys probably haven't thought about it this way, but having gifts like the girls have could make one very powerful. Thus far, you've only used your gifts to defend. But think about what you could do with them if you wanted to use them on the offensive for evil purposes. Those gifts would enable you to control whatever you want. Money, people, even whole governments. And Bly wants it all. Jake scoffed. Surely he couldn't take over a whole government. No one would let that happen. No? Eliza's blue eyes turned hard. He has a great front with his business, and he acts every bit the philanthropist by donating money and helping in the community. For all outward appearances, he's a pillar of society. It works to his advantage because he can do all kinds of experiments in the name of his alternative energy company, and no one suspects him. Quite the opposite, really. They think he is helping us find clean energy. He's made a lot of friends, many of whom are politicians. And if he gets enough of them in his pocket, he can control most of the world without anyone ever knowing. Luke snorted. I don't think too many world leaders would fall for that. Believe me, Bly can be very persuasive, especially if he is using paranormal powers to do the persuading. You mean he has gifts, too?
No, he's
Fiona
still
asked. Eliza nodded. And an army of minions to do his bidding.
Oh, shit.
But, from what we know, his people are not as powerful as he needs them to be. And we fear he's experimenting with ways to boost their power. Morgan's eyes slid over to the locket. You mean with rocks and crystals that amplify paranormal abilities? Like meteorites? That's part of it. The other part is the ancient relics, items infused with amplifying powers by the old energy masters. The more of these he has in his possession, the more his powers grow. So, there are others with gifts like ours? Celeste asked. Yes, and they use them for both good and bad purposes, Eliza said. Unfortunately, Bly has recruited a lot of people with gifts to his side. The lure of riches and power is too compelling for most. Cal leaned against the counter, arms crossed on his chest. If there are so many people with gifts, why have we never heard of them? You'd think they'd be everywhere, shooting out energy bolts when they get mad or want something. There are quite a few with these abilities, although not everyone can shoot out bolts of energy. The abilities manifest themselves differently in everyone. But as you may have already figured out, it doesn't pay to advertise that you have paranormal gifts, so mostly we keep quiet about it. I still don't understand why he took Jolene, Morgan asked. You girls are very powerful. More than most. My guess is you haven't even realized the extent of your abilities yet. Morgan pressed her lips together. It was true she hadn't spent much time honing her skills, but she could feel them getting stronger every day. Celeste spoke up from the other side of the room, her forehead etched in a frown. Wait a minute. Do you think Bly had something to do with our mother's death? Eliza's eyes took on a faraway, glassy look. It's possible. Your mom was very powerful, too. So you girls have paranormal gifts from the Blackmore side and her side. We're not sure what happened to her, but I'm certain Bly would have either wanted to turn her to his side or get her out of the way. So Jolene was right, Celeste said. Morgan frowned at Celeste. Right about what? She had a hunch that Mom didn't jump off that cliff. She was investigating it and had come up with some compelling evidence, too. Like what? Well, for one, their one witness, Earl Whiting, seems to have acquired some items beyond his price range. May told her the truth was on a boat in Perkins Cove. Jake narrowed his eyes at Celeste. You mean the Andrea June? Celeste nodded. Jake snapped his fingers. I knew you guys had something to do with that boat blowing up. I always had a feeling Mom didn't kill herself. But how does this help us find Jolene? Fiona asked. I'm not sure it does, Celeste said. Right, then we can revisit it later. But now we need to get to Jolene before she gets hurt or worse. Morgan slid the locket over to Eliza. Open it. Eliza eyed the locket suspiciously. Are you sure? What makes you think it will help us find Jolene? It could have been planted by Bly, and there could be anything in here. Once I open it, we may not be able to stop it. You think it could be a trick? Fiona looked uncertainly at Morgan. You have to admit, it's kind of strange that the woman who brought it seems to have mysteriously disappeared. No, it's not a trick. Morgan felt sure of it. I can feel it. Plus, Celeste said that Grandma told her the key was in the locket. My mother would know. She wouldn't steer you wrong. Eliza picked the locket up in her hand and closed her eyes. Morgan watched in fascination as pink energy swirled out of Eliza's hand and encased the locket. The energy swirled tighter and tighter until it looked like it was strangling the locket. The locket bulged impossibly, and then a blue mist puffed out of it, turning into tiny particles that floated through the air like dandelion seeds before disappearing in a poof of white. Eliza dropped the locket on the counter and staggered into a chair. Morgan rushed to her side.
Sorry, guys, I'm getting excited.
Are you okay? Eliza's lips curled in a wan smile. I'm fine. It's just such an energy drain to unlock a cipher. I believe I was successful, though. Why don't you see if you can open the locket? Morgan's stomach twisted as she looked at the locket sitting innocently on the counter. What if she was wrong, and it was a trick sent by Dr. Bly to harm them? She reached out, her fingers curling tentatively around the locket. Go on, Eliza prompted. The room fell silent, and Morgan put her thumb on the clasp. She pushed. Click. The locket flipped open. Chapter 20. Morgan jumped back as a beam of bright white light spread out from the locket, projecting itself into the middle of the room. She watched, fascinated, as the projection formed into a 3D image of a rocky island. It's a hologram, Cal whispered. Fiona walked toward it, waving her hand in the middle of the projection, then turned to face the rest of them. But what is it? Morgan shrugged. Looks like an island. It's Fury Rock. Eliza stared at the hologram that was still forming. Bly has a research facility there now. It's at the very top, although it's not part of this hologram. Morgan frowned at the top of the hologram. The surface of the island was flat and looked large enough to house a compound of buildings, but the hologram showed much more than that. The high cliffs that rose out of the ocean contained several caves, and what appeared to be a map of those caves seemed to be forming in the image. What's all that in the cliffs? A tunnel system. Luke walked around the hologram, looking at it from all angles. That's where they're keeping Jolene, Eliza said. That's why my mother said the key was in the locket. It's a map of the tunnels. We can use the map to break her out. Fiona pulled open a drawer, took out a pad of paper and a pen, and started to quickly sketch the map of the tunnels. Good idea. Jake started toward the east parlor. I'll get the laptop, and we can figure out where this island is and how to get there. It's in the Caribbean, Eliza said, but it's going to be tricky. As you can see, there's not much around to camouflage your approach. I'm sure Bly has staff disguised as security guards that are monitoring the entrances and exits of the building, as well as looking for approaching vessels. I'm sure he's expecting us. That's why he took Jolene, right? Luke rasped his hand along the stubble that was forming on his chin. So, he'll be on alert, waiting for our arrival. Then we'll sneak in at night, Celeste said. Morgan turned to Eliza. He won't know we have this map, will he? Eliza chewed her bottom lip. I don't think so. There's no way for him to know this map, or the locket for that matter, even exists. Then we have an advantage. Jake slid the laptop onto the counter and started tapping on the keys. He'll expect us to land on the island on the beach side. But since we have a map of the caves, we can surprise him with an approach from the cliff side. Excellent. Let's go. Celeste started for the hall. Luke held up his hand. Wait a minute. We need to plan this out properly and make sure we have the right equipment and people. I know you're in a hurry to get to Jolene, but if we don't do this right, we may all end up captured by Bly, and that won't help Jolene at all. Luke's right, but that's not all we need to do. The tone in Eliza's voice caused everyone to stop what they were doing and look up at her. What do you mean? Morgan asked. We need to find something to bring with us. Something that I'm sure is in this house. Something that could mean the difference between life and death for all of us. So, Eliza had been searching the house for something, Celeste thought, remembering how Jolene had found her in the attic and how they'd seen her come up from the basement twice now. What could possibly be in the house that would mean the difference between life and death? Cal asked. An obsidian amulet, Eliza replied. Is that why you were in the basement? Morgan nodded toward the basement door. And searching the attic the other day? Celeste added. Eliza nodded. I know they are both filled with old family stuff, heirlooms. I searched the areas where the older items are in the attic, but didn't have any luck. I remembered that there were rumors about a maze of tunnels under the house with a supposed buried treasure. The basement was loaded full when I lived here, so I never really explored down there. And since I couldn't find the amulet in the attic... But you didn't find any treasure, Morgan said. Eliza shook her head. Nope, just a bunch of damp, dark tunnels. I almost got lost down there. Celeste glanced at her sisters. There was a treasure down there, just not one that you could get to right now. We'll fill you in on that later. Right now, we should try to figure out where the amulet could be. Celeste hoped it wasn't in the treasure under the house, since no one would be able to access it for another 300 years, at least not without specialized equipment. I still don't get why this amulet is so important. Jake's green eyes were loaded with skepticism as they peered over the laptop screen at Eliza. Obsidian absorbs paranormal energy, but this one is special. Special? How? Fiona tilted her head. Celeste was wondering the same thing. She wasn't as well versed in crystals as Fiona, but she did know obsidian could absorb energy. She just couldn't imagine how that would help save them from death. It belonged to Mariah Blackmore. She had very powerful paranormal abilities, Eliza said. You mean our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother? Or did I miss a few greats? Fiona asked. Yes, Isaiah's wife. She wasn't from here. He met her in his travels in the Caribbean, and she was very powerful. It's her power that is handed down through the generations to us, Eliza replied. And the blue eyes? Morgan asked. That too. Anyway, they fell in love and he brought her here, built this house for her. Well, the original parts anyway. Eliza looked around the newly remodeled kitchen. Mariah was a healer and had a way with crystals, much like you, Fiona. She imbued the obsidian amulet with an energy infusion, which makes it much more powerful. Okay, but why do we need it so bad? Celeste asked. Bly has an army of paranormals that will try to push bad energy at you. The amulet will help protect the wearer by absorbing the bad energy, rendering it harmless. There's just one amulet? Morgan looked around the group. What do the rest of us do? Eliza shrugged. Yeah, unfortunately, Mariah only infused one. So, whoever wears it will have to take the lead in absorbing any negative energy. So, regular obsidian won't help at all? Morgan asked. Eliza shook her head. In its natural state, it won't be able to absorb enough of the energy. It needs to have its power boosted in order to be effective for our needs. We should split up and look for it, Celeste suggested. We'll be able to cover more ground and hopefully find it faster. Good idea. Cal turned to Eliza. Can you describe what we're looking for? I don't think that's necessary, Fiona cut in. We won't need to split up. I think I know exactly where the amulet is. Fiona started toward the stairs, with Celeste, Morgan, and Eliza close behind. I searched the attic pretty well and couldn't find it, Eliza said. That's because it's not in the attic anymore. Fiona shot over her shoulder as they spilled out onto the second floor. You already found it? Eliza asked as they followed Fiona down the hall to her room. We didn't know there was a special amulet in there, but we found an old sack filled with crystals when we were up in the attic a couple of summers ago. Fiona referred to a trip they'd made up to the attic in search of clues to the treasure Isaiah Blackmore had buried. I bet it's in there. They'd come across the crystals among some of the older items. Fiona had fallen in love with the old stones and rescued them from the attic. It turned out to be a good thing she had, since a couple of those stones helped save them. Maybe this amulet would prove to be just as helpful, Fiona thought, as she reached into the top shelf of her closet and pulled out an old, worn burlap bag, which she placed carefully on the bed. Eliza sucked in a breath. The initials, MB. Those are Mariah's. We thought so, Morgan said, as Fiona carefully opened the flaps on the bag to reveal a selection of crystals in various shapes, sizes, and colors. Eliza pointed to a small black oblong stone with a crude silver ring at the top. That's it. Fiona reached out and picked it up. I wonder if all these stones are boosted to be more powerful. Why do you say that? Eliza tilted her head to look at the array of stones. A couple of them seem to exhibit extraordinary behavior, Fiona said. You mean that white one that showed us the way in the tunnels? Celeste pointed to a large moonstone. Fiona nodded, remembering how the moonstone had lit the way and helped them navigate the tunnels under the house. Mariah might have infused all these stones, Eliza said. That would make sense, but I was only told about the obsidian pendant. That's the one that will help us now. Morgan reached out for the pendant, and Fiona handed it over. She held it up in front of her eyes, then looked at the other girls. So, who is going to be the lucky one that gets to wear it? The wearer of the pendant will have an important and dangerous job. They will have to take the lead and make sure they intercept the negative energy for all of us. One wrong move could mean certain death. Eliza's mouth tightened into a grim line. I'll wear it. Wait, shouldn't we draw straws or something? Celeste asked. It doesn't seem right that you wear it. It should be one of us, Jolene's sisters. Eliza shook her head. I can't risk anything happening to one of you. I came to protect you. Protect us? Morgan's brows scrunched together. You mean you knew all of this was happening? Yes, that's why I came. Celeste narrowed her eyes at Eliza. Why didn't you say something sooner? You could have warned Jolene. Maybe she would have been more careful and she'd be here with us now. Eliza's face flushed. I wish I had. But no one knew exactly what would happen, just that you girls were in danger. I was told to just quietly look for the pendant and be on alert. So, some secret society of paranormals sent you to save us? Morgan crossed her arms over her chest. I find that hard to believe. It does sound kind of crazy, but it's true. You girls have been sheltered from it while your gifts mature. But there are others out there like us, both good and bad. But you girls, your gifts are extraordinary. That's why Bly is after you. Fiona, Morgan, and Celeste looked at each other. What do you mean? Eliza pointed to the monogram on the sack. Mariah's people come from a small island. Paranormal gifts have run strong in her family since ancient times. When Isaiah Blackmore landed on that island 300 years ago, they fell in love. She came back here with him, and they built the original house here. We know all that, Celeste said impatiently. Well, except for the ancient paranormal gifts part, I guess. Eliza nodded at Celeste, then continued. Mariah's people came from the south side of the island. On the north side was another clan whose paranormal gifts were just as powerful. The two clans were always at war, and eventually they killed each other off. It was said that any offspring of the two clans would have extraordinary gifts. But Mariah married Isaiah, and he wasn't from the island, Morgan said. That's right. He didn't have paranormal powers. But Mariah's powers have been passed down through the family to your father and to me and to you girls. Mariah was one of the few people who ventured from the island. Okay, so why are our gifts extraordinary then? Morgan asked. If Mariah didn't marry someone from the island, then wouldn't our gifts be the same as anyone else's? Mariah didn't marry someone from the island, but someone else did make it off that island 300 years ago. From the north side, Eliza said. That person was an ancestor of your mother's. She had strong paranormal powers, too. And that means that you girls are children of descendants of the two different clans. The girls fell silent as they digested what Eliza had just told them. Fiona's thoughts whirled in her head, but one stuck out above the others. My mother had paranormal abilities? Yes, very strong abilities. Eliza waved her hand. Oh, I know, she didn't show them to you girls, mostly because you weren't old enough. Only Morgan had begun to show an awareness of it while I was still here. But mostly, she was afraid. Afraid of what? Morgan asked. That you'd start to develop them. Then someone would find out how strong your gifts were and try to harm you. Looks like she was right to be afraid, Celeste said. So, she really didn't jump from the cliff. Someone killed her.
No.
Because of her abilities. Fiona felt a chill creep up her spine as she voiced her thoughts. Eliza looked out the window. That's what we think. We don't know for sure, but that was one of the reasons I left all those years ago, so Joanna and you girls would be safe. How would that make us safe? Celeste asked. My unique skills bring a lot of unwanted attention, Eliza said. We agreed it was best if I went elsewhere, so the attention wouldn't fall on you girls. But I never stopped caring about you and watching over you. I secretly kept in touch with Joanna until... Her voice trailed off, and Fiona's heart twisted. All this time, they thought Eliza had just taken off and didn't care about contacting them, but she'd really been protecting them and watching over them. Okay, enough of this reminiscing, Morgan cut in, tapping the large face of the watch on the wide brown leather band she wore on her wrist. We need to get going if we want to save Jolene. Right, Celeste agreed. Let's figure out who was going to wear the obsidian amulet. Fiona chewed her bottom lip. An idea was forming in her mind. She didn't know if she could pull it off, but it was worth a try. I think I know a way all of us can wear one. You do? Eliza asked. Yes. Get me some obsidian and the meteorite locket. 2 hours later, Luke and Jake had a plan of attack, a boat, and the necessary supplies on the way. They'd used the hologram to map out a route through the tunnels to the top of the island, where the building now stood. That's where they assumed Jolene would be. Fiona had used the boosting power of the meteorite locket to infuse obsidian amulets for all of them, even Luke, Jake, and Cal, who reluctantly wore theirs at the insistence of Morgan, Fiona, and Celeste. The 7 of them stood in the foyer, bags in hand, and ready to rush out the door. They'd hired a pilot to fly them to the Caribbean, where the boat, gear, and a few of Luke's men were waiting. Luke's phone chirped, and he looked at the display, then rolled his eyes. Hello, Dorian. Yes, we are going to try to rescue Jolene. No, you can't talk me out of it. Well, if you think you need to fire me, then so be it. He punched at the buttons on the phone. She threatened to fire you? Jake asked. Luke shrugged. Yep. Wouldn't be the first time, though. Anyway, some things are more important. Besides, it's the government. Their standard operating procedure is to disavow all knowledge when you do something they don't sanction. And the best way to do that is to fire me. You don't think she'll try to stop us, do you?
No.
Morgan asked. She might put out the order, but I'm pretty sure no one is actually going to obey. Luke winked. I called in a few favors. I guess we can't count on them for any help either then, Cal said. Hopefully, we won't need it. We have our secret weapons right here.
Secret weapons.
Luke nodded toward Morgan, Celeste, Fiona, and Eliza, and Morgan's stomach tightened. Secret weapons?
Secret
Morgan
weapons.
suddenly wished she'd spent more time honing her gifts. She hoped they could handle whatever was about to happen. Jake opened the door. Okay, you guys ready? Meow. Belladonna stood on the stairs looking at them with wide eyes. Her gaze drifted over the various pieces of luggage, then up at Morgan as if to say,
I don't want to
Aren't you forgetting something? Sorry, Belladonna, you can't come. It's going to be too dangerous. Brody is going to come over and feed you while we're gone. Wow! Belladonna voiced her disapproval loudly, then hissed at them, turned her back, and trotted up the stairs.
No.
Morgan wondered if she'd find a hairball on her bed when she came back. If she came back.
Bro, this is insane.
Chapter 21. Jolene shivered on the cold stone bench as she looked around the strange, white marble-lined cell she'd been stewing in for several hours. The room had only one solid steel door, with a tiny rectangular window in the upper middle. She'd already tested the lock, and it wouldn't open. In fact, her energy seemed to be muted in this room. She guessed that was the reason for the marble walls. The stone must somehow absorb or mute her paranormal gifts. Leaning back on the bench, her thoughts drifted to the college. She'd been so happy to find out that Gail was only taking cooking lessons that she'd let her guard down. Her stomach clenched as she realized how stupid she'd been. If only she'd listened to Jake and Luke and stayed with Celeste, or at least paid more attention to what was going on around her.
Or tell people where
Some investigator she was, letting herself get captured in broad daylight. But she had been captured, knocked out by some weird gizmo that zapped the energy from her. She wasn't even sure where she was or how long it had taken them to get her here, since she'd been asleep for some of the time. The only thing she remembered was being dragged down a series of tunnels and shoved unceremoniously into this room. Luckily, she'd been awake enough to pay attention to the route through the tunnels, and that route was engraved in her photographic memory like a map. Jolene knew there was no sense in kicking herself over the bad judgment that caused her to be captured. Right now, she needed to focus on finding a way out. But the only other opening besides the door was a rainbow-shaped hole in the marble wall near the floor. It reminded her of a mouse hole, but bigger. Not big enough to fit through, though. Maybe she could use it to break away more pieces of the wall until it was big enough. It was either that or overpower whoever came for her and make a break for the tunnels. She was contemplating which plan would work best when noises at her door made up her mind for her. Looks like overpowering whoever came for her would be quicker. She curled up on the bench and feigned sleep. The door clicked open. Jolene focused her concentration on the doorway, where she sensed two men. Her nerves tensed as they stepped into the room. "I think she's asleep," one of them said. The footsteps came closer. They were beside her now. She could feel the waves of vibration from their energy. Her eyes snapped open and she launched herself off the bench. Her palms pushed out toward the energy, which she could now see was a giant of a man with broad shoulders and a thick neck the size of a tree trunk. He jumped back, and her heart sank as they both watched a stream of pale blue energy dribble out of her hands and pool on the floor before vanishing. Thickneck wasn't taking any chances, though, and he produced a large rock with a rainbow-colored geode in the center. He aimed it at Jolene, and she felt the energy drain out of her, just like it had at the storage facility and the junior college. "Stop that, you idiot. You'll drain all the paranormal essence out of her." Jolene whipped her head around at the familiar voice. Mateo.
What?
Her mind whirled with confusion.
No.
She'd always thought Mateo, her mysterious guardian angel, who had shown up and saved her on several occasions, was her friend. A few times she felt he might be even more than a friend. Had he really been working with an enemy the whole time, saving her just for this strange encounter?
Okay. I think he's double-crossing her. Because wouldn't he not save her? Also, like, I find it hard to believe that, like, he's double-crossing the bad guys, is my guess, from what he does. He disappears, okay? And disappearing means that he won't get caught by Mortimer Bly. And if Bly doesn't catch him, making sure the sisters are okay, he doesn't get in trouble, he doesn't get killed or anything, or gets powers drained, whatever. I don't know if he has powers. I really don't. I didn't mention it, I don't think. But, like, so, yeah, good thing we haven't gotten to the edge of your seat part. I'm being honest here.
Mateo grabbed her right elbow and jerked her to her feet,
Oh, shit.
ignoring her questioning look. He indicated for Thick-Neck to hold on to her left side, which he did, none too gently. Let's get her to the lab. Bly is waiting. Mateo barked out the words, and she was propelled through the door. They dragged her down the shiny gray tile hall, her feet barely getting a chance to move on her own. On the way, they passed another steel door with a rectangular window like hers. Was someone else being held captive in that room? At the end of the hall, they shoved her into an elevator and pressed a button, which took them up 4 floors, by Jolene's estimation. The doors accordioned open, and Jolene spilled out into a cavernous room that looked like some sort of laboratory, with shiny stainless steel tables loaded with beakers and test tubes. Jolene inhaled the bitter scent of sulfur, her heart stuttering as she eyed the centerpiece of the room, a bulky stainless steel chair. The chair gleamed under the halogen lighting, but what caught Jolene's attention were the wide leather restraints on the arms and legs. The chair was pierced with dozens of holes, each of which had a clear plastic tube running from it. The tubes ran into a large glass container, which sat empty on the floor next to the chair. What the hell is that thing for? Jolene felt a chill work its way up her spine as she wondered if the chair was meant for her. Her attention drifted to a man in a nicely tailored charcoal gray business suit, standing at the other end of the room with his back to them. In his hand, he held a laboratory flask by its thin neck, the triangular bottom glowing eerily with a red liquid. He lifted it to the light and swirled the liquid around. A pink mist drifted out of the top of the flask, spiraling toward the 20-foot-high ceiling.
Oh, my God.
Jolene thought this might be a good time to put up a fight, but her arms were clamped down in the vise-like grips of Mateo and Thick-Neck. She squirmed around anyway, but her energy was low, and her squirms didn't amount to much. Slowly, the man turned to face them. Jolene didn't know what she had been expecting. Some sort of maniacal-looking monster, she supposed. But this man was ordinary-looking, medium build, with brown hair parted on the side. His bangs fell over his forehead, partially obscuring one of his beady black eyes. He came toward her, staring at her with a predatory look that made her very uncomfortable. Ah, Jolene Blackmore. It's such a pleasure to finally meet you. His voice was harsh and raspy. He nodded at Mateo and Thick-Neck. Release her. They let go, and she fell to the ground, cursing herself for not being able to stand on her own. She hadn't even realized the 2 men were holding her up. She made a mental note to find out what the heck was in those geodes and avoid them, if at all possible, in the future. Struggling to her hands and knees, she looked up through the brown curls falling in her face. Who the hell are you? The man laughed. Why, I'm Mortimer Bly. Dr. Bly, the scientist. Perhaps you've heard of me?
No.
No. Jolene rocked back on her feet, trying to stand. Mateo reached out instinctively to help her, but she batted his hand away. She didn't need help from traitors like him. Bly sighed. Well, perhaps it's just as well. I doubt we can become friends. He turned to Thick-Neck. Put her in the chair. In an instant, Thick-Neck's hand wrapped around her upper arm, crushing it and almost bringing her back down to her knees. She tried to pull away, her heart fluttering frantically in her chest as he dragged her toward the chair. He pushed her down into the chair, and she stilled, trying to focus all her energy. But it was no use. She was too panicked. She tried pushing out some energy, but only succeeded in exploding a glass tube on the other side of the room. White goo melted out of the tube in a puddle on the counter, then dripped thickly onto the floor. Is that all you can do? Bly lifted a brow at her. I see you have some spunk, though. Hopefully, I will be able to use some of it. Jolene didn't answer. She was too busy wondering what he meant about using some of her spunk. She didn't like any of the answers that popped into her head. Thickneck got busy securing the leather straps on her arms and legs, making sure to pull them tight enough so they bit painfully into her flesh. Panic lapped at her stomach as she looked around at the tubes and flasks. What is this thing? What are you going to do to me? I'm going to do what I do best, of course. I'm famous for my research on alternative energy. Except this research isn't about energy for powering homes, running manufacturing plants, or fueling cars. No. This is for powering an army. An army of paranormal troops. He tapped the red beaker of liquid. And this is the key. Jolene frowned at the beaker. What is that? A gleam lit Bly's eye. He put the beaker down, staring at it lovingly for a few seconds. It's paranormal essence. I've devised a method of extracting paranormal abilities and distilling them into a liquid that can enhance the powers in others. Even the lowliest skilled para can increase their powers tenfold with this drink. If only I could figure out how to make it synthetically. His voice drifted off as he gazed at the beaker. Then he whirled around to face Jolene. But I can't. I need to extract it from a human, and that's where you come in. Jolene shrank back, her eyes darting wildly to the tubes. You can't. Bly's evil chuckle caused Jolene's blood to freeze in her veins. She struggled with the restraints as she watched him flip a series of switches. A low buzz filled the room. Oh, but I can. And I have. In fact, you wouldn't believe who I've done this to. It's quite successful, though I do need more testing to make the serum last longer for those who ingest it. My sisters will be coming for me. You'll regret this. She twisted and bucked in the chair. Oh, I hope they do. I could use their essence as well. Bly stood before her and leaned in so that his face was very close to hers. The repugnant smell of stale coffee and garlic made her nose wrinkle.
Ugh.
He cupped her chin with his hand, his blank, black eyes drilling into hers. But yours is the best. You're the most powerful. When you're all used up, then I'll tap into them. Bly straightened and walked over to a big red switch. Jolene's heart beat against her ribcage. You can't. Wait, Mateo yelled, but it was too late. Bly flipped the switch. Jolene felt a nerve-shattering jolt of electricity run through her. The air was sucked out of her lungs, and her whole body stiffened, almost lifting her out of the chair. Her mouth opened in a silent scream. As Bly stared at the beaker next to the chair, his leering smile collapsed into a frown. He glanced up at Mateo. Nothing is coming out. Of course not. Mateo strode over to the switch and flipped it off. Jolene collapsed back into the chair, panting. Beads of perspiration dripped from her forehead. She's too weak. Mateo thrust his chin out at Thickneck. This idiot used the geode on her before we came, and they drained her good when they captured her. She needs rest before her powers will be back to full levels. Bly rubbed his chin, his disappointed eyes darting from Mateo to Jolene to the beaker. Very well, then. Take her back to her cell. Give her 2 hours. Bly spun on his heel and turned his attention to the red beaker on the table in the back of the room. Chapter 22. Fury Rock jutted out from the ocean at an impossible height, which even in the black night seemed to cast a shadow of foreboding on the small rubber raft that Morgan sat in with Luke, Fiona, and Jake. She steered the raft from the back, glancing behind her to make sure the second raft, with Cal, Celeste, Eliza, and Luke's main man, Buzz, was following. Satisfied that they were, she turned forward again. It was rough going, now that they were so close to the island, where the frantic bobbing of the ocean waves made it challenging to navigate between the sharp, jagged rocks that stuck up everywhere. In the front of the boat, Luke gave the signal to move inland, and she expertly maneuvered the boat to a cave-like opening up ahead. She didn't need Luke to guide her. Her gifts were on high alert, and she knew exactly where to put in. Securing the rafts was no easy task. There was no beach here, just the steep incline of the cliff and the sharp rocks leading from the cliff into the ocean. Somehow, Morgan managed to find a rock where she could wedge the metal trident into a crevice to hold the boat in place. They'd need it later to get away. Buzz found a place to tie up the second boat, and the 8 of them carefully picked their way over the slippery rocks and into the cave. Morgan glanced back at the boats. She hoped Jolene would be able to make her way out to them for their escape, if the rafts were even still there. The inside of the cave smelled like rotting seaweed. Morgan had to breathe through her mouth until she got used to the smell. Luke had supplied them with night vision goggles, and Morgan noticed that even though the walls were weathered with age, the man-made chisel marks were still evident. Someone had carved out this series of tunnels centuries ago. A rustling sound pulled her attention back to the group, where Luke was unfolding the map they'd drawn from the hologram. They brought the meteorite locket with them, too, but looking at the map on paper was easier than trying to navigate with the hologram. It looks like we should take this tunnel to the right, then follow that until it branches to the left, Luke said. Sounds like a plan. Jake started off to the right. Morgan clutched the obsidian amulet hanging around her neck for good luck and followed the rest of them into the dark tunnel. The hard, unemotional look on Mateo's face twisted Jolene's gut as he undid the leather straps that held her to the chair. When he was done, he jerked her up by the elbow, and Thickneck came in to help with the other side. She was too weak to get up on her own. Jolene remained silent as they dragged her out of the room and into the elevator. She was trying to store up her strength for her next attack. She'd need to have her full powers about her the next time she tried to escape. It might be her last chance. Once the elevator doors opened, she could walk on her own. The 2 thugs kept their hands on her arms to discourage any attempts to escape. Halfway down the hall, she spotted the other door. She'd forgotten about it while she was strapped to the chair, but now felt overwhelmingly curious as to who was inside. Probably some poor sap like her who was getting her energy drained by Bly. If there were some way to communicate with them, she might be able to form an alliance that could help her escape. As they passed the door, she pretended to falter. She fell against the door, using the opportunity to peek in through the window. Her heart skidded. An old woman sat, bent over in a wheelchair, her head hanging almost down to her chest. Her long white hair covered her face. Her withered hands clutched at the armrests. She'd only looked in for a split second before rough hands pulled her away. But Jolene couldn't help but wonder if that was what would happen to her after a few of Bly's sessions in the chair. They pushed her into her cell, and she stumbled over to the stone bench. She was still weak, but could feel her power coming back, minute by minute. Let's get her locked in here before she regains her strength, thick neck stood at the door. "I'll just make sure she gets what's coming to her after all the trouble she's caused." Mateo advanced on her. Jolene felt a ripple of fear run through her, but she looked him steadily in the eye. She wasn't about to let him know how terrified she was. She opened her mouth to tell him just what she thought of him, but the strange look in his eye made her hesitate. He pushed her onto the bench, and she cried out, too surprised to speak. In her weakened state, she was no match for him. She fought not to shrink back when he reached out toward her. Let him do what he wanted. She would not show fear. His fist curled around the locket, and she felt the sting of the chain biting into her skin as he ripped it from her neck. "That will teach you to resist." He kicked out at her, missing and kicking the bench instead. Then, in 2 long strides, he was through the door and slamming it shut, without even a backward glance. Jolene rubbed the back of her neck to ease the burn where the chain had bit her flesh. Slumping back onto the bench, she tried to calm her thoughts. What exactly was going on in here? Apparently, Bly was hooking people up to his fancy chair and draining their paranormal abilities, then making some kind of serum to give to his minions. Jolene wondered how many people he had, and if the condition of the lady in the wheelchair was what happened once they were used up, and how long it took for that to happen. A shudder racked her slim body. Her sisters would be coming for her soon, and they'd fall right into Bly's trap. She had to stop that from happening. But how? With a sigh, she settled back onto the bench to come up with a plan of escape. Chapter 23. Morgan's intuitive powers had kicked into high gear, so she took the lead. They'd been walking for what seemed like an hour through dozens of twists and turns. The uphill trajectory and slippery surface made it slow going. The night vision goggles gave everything a green tint, and Morgan could see a clingy, fluorescent moss glowing on the sides of the tunnels. The heavy, damp air taxed her already labored breathing and made her want to go slower and slower. But it wasn't just the air. Her stomach was starting to get an odd feeling like something was wrong, and it was growing stronger the further they went. Morgan slowed her step. "What's wrong?" Luke stopped directly behind her, putting his hand gently on her shoulder. "I don't know. I feel kind of funny." Morgan shrugged and took a step forward. Zap! A jolt of white-hot pain knocked Morgan backward into Luke, who managed to catch her before she hit the ground. What the heck? Morgan squinted at the tunnel in front of her. The view was distorted like old wavy glass. It shimmered for a second, then went back to normal. Morgan blinked. "Did you see that?" "I'm not sure." Luke's concerned gray eyes looked her over. "Are you okay? What happened?" "It felt like I got electrocuted." Morgan took a tentative step forward. "Wait." Eliza pulled her back. "I think I know what it is." She picked up a pebble and tossed it into the tunnel, but instead of falling a few feet in front of them, it stopped in midair. It made a sound like a mosquito hitting a bug zapper. Sparks arced out from the sides of the pebble, and then it fell to the ground. "I was afraid of that." Eliza's tone was grim. "What?" Cal asked. "It's an energy shield." Jake stepped next to the shield and eyed it suspiciously. "That doesn't sound good."
No,
"It's not," Eliza said. "I'm sure this was put in place to prevent people from getting any further into the tunnels. That must mean we're on the right track. The bad news is, it also means we're up against someone very powerful." "Maybe we can get around it," Celeste suggested. The map rustled as Luke took it out of his pocket and unfolded it. Maybe there's an alternate route. No, Morgan said. This is the way we should go. It's the way Jolene came. How do you know that? Jake narrowed his eyes at her. I just feel it. My instincts are getting stronger, and we have to trust them. Morgan grabbed the chain around her neck and pulled out the meteorite locket. I guess this thing really does amplify paranormal gifts. So, what do we do? Cal asked. Eliza had moved next to the shimmering wall of air. She stood there silently, studying it. I think I can break it. It's like a cipher. At least I can try. Okay. Morgan looked back at the others, who all nodded their agreement. Let me see the meteorite locket. I can use it to boost my power. Morgan removed the chain from her neck and handed the locket to Eliza, who wrapped her hand around it and closed her eyes. Everyone was silent, letting Eliza concentrate without being interrupted. After a few minutes, Eliza reached her hand out toward the shimmering wall of energy. Turning her hand sideways, she sliced into the energy shield. Purple sparks flew out on either side of her hand. Morgan could see her aunt's mouth tighten with pain, but she kept slicing into the energy shield, parting it like a curtain. Her hand slid to the bottom, then she stepped through, holding her blistering hand in the middle to keep the opening from closing up. Hurry, come through. Eliza gestured for them to step through after her. Morgan went first. Eliza's hand slipped a notch, and Morgan could see she was struggling to keep her hold on the energy. She gestured for Fiona to hurry. Fiona glanced at Jake, who nodded, and Fiona stepped carefully through to the other side.
Why not do a guy in there, too?
Women first, Luke said. Celeste, you go next. Hurry! Eliza's hand was slipping lower, the opening getting smaller. Celeste gave Cal a peck on the lips and shimmied sideways through the narrowing opening. Eliza cried out and then collapsed to the floor. The energy shield snapped shut with a loud crack, leaving Luke, Jake, Cal, and Buzz on the other side. Jolene could feel the energy being restored to her body as she sat on the stone bench, racking her brain for a plan of escape. She'd already tried to use energy to open the lock, but it didn't work. Even if she'd had her lock-picking kit, it wouldn't have helped because the lock was electronic. She sat up on the bench, leaning forward with her forearms on her thighs. Shaking her head, she tried to get rid of the fuzzy feeling in her brain. It must be this stone, she thought, running her hand over the cold, smooth surface. Some kind of marble or quartz. Somehow, it must affect her powers. It didn't much matter because there was no way out of the room. The little hole in the corner wasn't big enough. Crossing the room, she looked down at the hole. Then, glancing out the window and her door to make sure no one was watching, she crouched down and peered in. The smell of seaweed tickled her nose. This must be a passage. But to where? She could smell the ocean and remembered from her arrival they were on some kind of island. Was there a tunnel behind the wall that would lead to her freedom? Maybe she could smash the stone and get out through the tunnel. She'd memorized the route on her way in, but there was no guarantee the tunnel behind this wall was one of the tunnels that she came in through. Still, it was better than sitting here and waiting for Mateo and Thickneck to come back for her. She stood back from the wall, closed her eyes, and focused with all her might. Using all the force she could muster, she pushed out with her palms. Red energy sped toward the wall, bounced off, then smacked into the wall behind her, bounced off that, and hit the side wall. Jolene ducked to avoid being hit by the stream on its way back around. To her dismay, the energy continued to reverberate around the room, getting weaker and weaker until it finally dissipated into nothing. Jolene's heart sank. It looked like breaking out wasn't going to work. Movement over by the hole caught her eye. She stared, open-mouthed, as a pair of whiskers poked their way through the hole, followed by a pink nose, black furry face, and large ice-blue eyes. Meow. The cat trotted over and rubbed the side of her face on Jolene's ankles. Well, hi there, Jolene said, happy to have friendly company. She bent down to pet the soft, jet-black fur, the anxiety that had been clutching her heart easing just a little as she was rewarded with loud purring. The cat jumped up on the bench next to her, and that's when Jolene noticed it had something in its mouth. Meow. The cat dropped the object into Jolene's lap, and she stared down at it in surprise. It was the locket Mateo had ripped off her neck not even an hour before. Where did you get that? She didn't really expect the cat to answer, but she voiced the question anyway. The cat simply blinked one ice-blue eye at her, then jumped down from the stone bench and disappeared back through the hole. Jolene picked the locket up, noticing a clinking sound as she turned it over in her palm. Something was inside, which was strange, because the locket had been empty when Mateo took it. She glanced out through the window to make sure the hall was still empty, then opened the locket. Her heartbeat quickened when she saw what was inside, a tiny glass vial containing 2 drops of red, glowing liquid. Chapter 24. Eliza! Morgan rushed to her aunt's side. Are you okay? Eliza sat up, groggy but aware. I'm okay. I just feel very weak. On the other side of the energy shield, Luke, Jake, Cal, and Buzz shuffled around nervously. Can you open this thing back up and let us through? Eliza looked at them warily. The air shimmered in between them like someone had stretched plastic wrap from floor to ceiling. I'll try. She stood on wobbly legs, reaching her hand toward the shield. Morgan's heart twisted when she noticed how burned Eliza's hand was and realized how much pain her aunt must be in. Eliza's hand hit the shield and bounced off in a flurry of sparks, causing her to crumple backward in a groaning heap. Celeste caught her, lowering her gently to the ground. I'm sorry, I'm too drained to break the cipher. It might take an hour for me to work back the energy I need. Eliza's voice was thick with regret. Luke paced back and forth on the other side. Can anyone else break it? I could try. Celeste stood to approach the energy shield, but Eliza pulled her back. No, you need skills and practice. It could kill you otherwise. Luke whipped out his map. We can't be separated. You guys will have to stay put until we find a way around. Morgan felt conflicted, restless. She chewed her bottom lip, trying to decide what to do, as she watched Fiona bend down and gently take Eliza's burned hand. Give me the meteorite. Fiona indicated Eliza's other hand, which still clutched the locket. Eliza opened her fist, and Fiona took the locket, holding it in her palm and closing her eyes. After a few seconds, she removed the carnelian bracelet she was wearing, clutching it into the fist of her other hand, and resumed her meditation. Morgan gaped at Fiona's hand, which looked like it was being lit from the inside. The carnelian stones inside were glowing, the amber light escaping from the spaces between her fingers. Here, hold this where the burn is. Fiona handed the bracelet to Eliza, who applied it gingerly to her injured hand. On the other side of the energy shield, the guys bent over the map, picking out a route. We'll go up through here, around, and come back. It should lead to the other side here. Cal traced the route with his finger. That seems like it would take a long time, Morgan said, glancing nervously at her sisters. I don't think we can wait. Jolene needs us now. No, no way, it's too dangerous. We're not letting you girls get hurt. Luke gave her his sternest look, but Morgan's mind was made up. She just hoped her sisters thought the same thing. If they didn't, she was willing to go on her own. Sorry, Luke, we don't have any time to waste, Morgan said. Besides, we can take care of ourselves, remember? Next to her, Fiona was pulling a wobbly Eliza to her feet. You girls, go on without me. I'll slow you down, Eliza pleaded. Morgan held up her hand. No way. You're family, and we don't leave family behind. The smile on Eliza's face warmed Morgan's heart, but she didn't have time to feel all warm and fuzzy. They had to get going before it was too late to help Jolene. She looked into Luke's concerned gray eyes. I don't like it, Morgan, he said. How will you know where to go if we have the map? We have the hologram in the locket, and I can use my intuition. Morgan's heart ached as she turned away from him. She didn't want to be separated from him either, but she knew it could be bad for Jolene if she didn't get going, like now. She turned and started down the tunnel without looking back, afraid she might change her mind if she did. Wait! How will we know where to meet? Luke yelled after her. Don't worry, I'll figure it out, Morgan shouted over her shoulder without turning. Morgan could hear Fiona and Celeste coming up behind her. She half turned to see them supporting Eliza between them. Eliza looked a little unsteady, but was walking with minimal support. Behind her sisters, Morgan could see the worried looks on the guys' faces as they stared after them. Her stomach tightened, and she looked forward again and quickened her pace. I think they're going to be mad at us, Fiona, who was also looking behind them, said. Well, too bad. We have to find Jolene, and if that means we split up, then so be it, Morgan replied. Of course you're right, Celeste said. It's just too bad they have the guns and tasers. Loud voices at the end of the hall pulled Jolene out of a fitful sleep. Had it been 2 hours already? She stared at the vial in her hand. Should she drink it? The liquid in the vial looked like the liquid in Bly's beaker, the elixir that was supposed to enhance paranormal powers. She could sure use some enhancing. And the cat had reminded her of Belladonna. What did she have to lose? She downed the bitter liquid in one gulp, grimacing as it burned her throat. She got up quickly and shoved the vial into the hole in the corner, then ran back to the bench and tried to pretend she was just waking up. No sooner had she laid down than she heard Mateo outside the door. I'll get her. Jolene could already feel the power surging through her, but something told her not to tip her hand just yet. She'd gain the advantage if Mateo and Thickneck thought she was too weak to fight. Much better to let her powers increase while she waited for the perfect moment. The door clicked open, and Mateo came into the room toward her, his eyes darting to her neck. The locket! Her hands flew up to hide it. She couldn't believe how stupid she'd been to put it back on. How would she explain it being back on her neck? His eyes jerked up from the locket and met hers. But instead of anger, she saw something else. Satisfaction? Understanding? She wasn't sure what, and equally unsure of how to interpret the strange feeling deep inside her.
Ooh?
He nodded and then grabbed her arm, yanking her up from the bench, but not as roughly as before. Time to go, he said, as he pushed her to where Thickneck was standing just outside the room. He grabbed her other arm, and the two of them dragged her down the hall, while she focused on pretending like she was too weak to walk. They passed the dark corridor, and she wondered if she should try to break away and make a run for it now, or wait. Her instincts told her she should wait until she was in the lab. If she had a chance to incapacitate Bly, then he wouldn't be able to order his minions to follow her, and the less people following, the better her chances. She let them shove her into the elevator, and they rode it up to the lab. The elevator doors whooshed open to reveal Bly standing beside the stainless steel chair. He looked at Jolene, slumped between Thickneck and Mateo, his mouth quirking into a malevolent smile. "I hope you are well rested," he leered. Jolene wrenched her arm from Mateo's grasp, thinking to hit Bly with a whammy of energy first, and then take out Mateo and Thickneck while they were still trying to figure out what was going on. Except it didn't work. Mateo's grip on her arm tightened, and she felt a rush of weakness. Her knees buckled, and before she knew what had happened, she'd been shoved into the chair, and Mateo was strapping her in. Except something was different this time. The straps weren't biting into her skin. In fact, he wasn't even securing them at all. Jolene stared at her arms in stunned amazement. Then her eyes met Mateo's. He mouthed the words, "Play along." Jolene didn't know whether she should trust him or not. He was one of Bly's minions, or so it seemed. Yet, he hadn't secured the straps, and that surely counted for something. She decided to wait and see what he had in mind. A few more minutes wouldn't hurt, and she could feel herself getting stronger with each passing second. Bly wrung his hands together in anticipation. He ripped his gaze from Jolene and turned to Mateo. "Did you amplify the output sources, like you suggested?" What did he mean by amplify? Jolene frowned at Mateo, an uneasy feeling spreading in her chest. "Yes, I rigged it, so it will pull the maximum amount out of her. I just hope it doesn't kill her." Mateo glanced at Jolene. Kill her? Jolene tensed, ready to leap out of the chair on the attack, until she saw Mateo shake his head slightly. Had he read her mind?
Whoa.
Somehow, she knew the headshake was for her, and that it meant for her to wait. Had she read his mind, too? She sat back in the chair and waited. "You'll have to wear this protective shield, so you aren't harmed." Mateo handed a clear glass helmet to Bly. 2 metal posts with a coiled copper spring between them stuck up from the top. Jolene almost laughed as Bly put it on. He looked like something from a comic book. Bly adjusted the chin straps on the cumbersome helmet, then leered at Jolene. "Hit it!" he yelled, followed by a high-pitched, maniacal giggle that set Jolene's nerves on edge. Mateo flicked the big red switch. Jolene braced herself, but instead of feeling a painful jolt, she felt nothing. Bly, on the other hand, stiffened, the color leaching out of his face, his eyes bulging. "Argh!" He pointed at Mateo, then fell to the floor, clawing at the helmet. Jolene figured Thickneck wasn't known for his intelligence, since he was just standing there, his face a mask of confusion, as his eyes darted from Mateo to Jolene to Bly. She bolted out of the chair, pushing her hand out at Thickneck. A purple ball flew out of the palm of her hand and sped toward him, smashing into the center of his forehead. His eyes crossed, and he fell like a mastodon that has been hit by a meteor. "Come on." Mateo grabbed her by the arm and headed for the elevator.
I like this guy.
Chapter 25. I can walk on my own now. Eliza shook off Fiona and Celeste. Morgan noticed her hand was almost fully healed. "Your hand? It's healed already." Eliza lifted her hand up, turning it back and forth in front of her face. I guess it is. She handed the carnelian bracelet back to Fiona. I've used carnelian to heal before, but I've never had it work this fast. That meteorite locket really does enhance our powers. We'll have to get some more meteorites if we ever get out of here. Speaking of which, we better hurry, Eliza said. I don't know if that energy shield breach triggered an alarm. They could be coming for us right now. Morgan felt a twinge. She could sense friendly energy, the energy Jolene left behind when she was taken through the tunnel. Even though it was fading, it told her which direction to go. I think we need to take this right turn. They turned to the right, but only made it a few feet down the tunnel when Morgan got another twinge. This one not so friendly. She put her arm out to stop the others. Someone's coming. I don't hear. Shh! They're up ahead, Morgan whispered. Her eyes darted frantically around the tunnel for a hiding place, her stomach sinking when she didn't find one. Her intuition was getting stronger now. Even though the guards were 200 feet away, she knew they were there, and could even tell how many people were coming. There are 5 of them. We're outnumbered, but we have no choice but to fight them now.
No.
Meow. Morgan whirled toward the noise. A black cat sat in the path, her ice-blue eyes blinking at them. She watched as the cat stood up and walked to the wall, then disappeared. Did that cat just disappear? Celeste asked. Looks like it. Morgan walked over to the spot. At first glance, it looked like a solid wall, but on close inspection, she could see that the stone overlapped in one spot. There were actually 2 walls.
What just happened, guys? Oh, it's a normal pause. It happens every once in a while.
Wall, but on close inspection, she could see that the stone overlapped in one spot. There were actually 2 walls next to each other with a thin space between. Peering in, she could see the cat sitting inside a tiny hidden niche, barely big enough to fit the 4 of them. Come here, quick! She gestured toward the others, who filed over and one by one slid into the space behind the wall. The opening was barely big enough for them to squeeze through, but they managed. She just hoped the small opening and overlapping walls would hide them from the guards. A few seconds later, heavily booted footsteps passed by the opening. The guards were talking in hushed whispers. There was no sign by the tone of their voices or their energy signatures that they even suspected the girls were there. It was a tight fit in the little niche. Morgan felt like she was suffocating. She stepped back to get some breathing room. Blink. Morgan's heart skidded. She'd inadvertently scraped a rock loose from the wall, and it had fallen onto the floor. What was that? The guard's voice sounded from a few feet down the hall. What? I didn't hear anything. A second guard. I did. Someone is back there. Morgan held her breath as the sounds of the guard's boots scraping the tunnel floor came closer. She braced herself, knowing they would soon be discovered and have to fight their way out. Beside her, she could feel Fiona tense. Meow. Oh, the guard let out a chuckle. It was just a cat. Get out of here. Go on. Scoot. Ha! Big bad Roger is scared of a cat. The other guards laughed. Morgan's shoulders sagged with relief, but she remained stock still, afraid to breathe. She heard static, walkie-talkies. Base to Team 1, come in. The distorted voice sounded far away. Team 1 here, the guard said. I'm getting something on the monitor. A disturbance in Sector 5. Can you check it out? Roger. The static snapped off. Let's go. Their boots scuffed off into the distance. Morgan counted to 20, before jostling her way to the opening so she could peek out. No one was in the tunnel. "It's clear," she waved the others out. "Come on." "Boy, am I glad we didn't have to fight them," Celeste said, looking around for the cat. "I don't know if we could have beaten them without Jolene." Fiona pulled 3 glowing crystals from her pocket. "Not to worry. I brought some of these crystals. Remember how they helped us fight off bad guys before?" Morgan smiled, remembering the big fight for the treasure under their house. Somehow, the crystals knew just who to target and packed a wallop. But they only had 3, and she had a funny feeling they were going to need more than that. None of them really had the fighting power that Jolene did. "That's good to know," Morgan said. "But I'm worried about the disturbance they talked about." "It could be the energy shield," Eliza suggested. "Or Luke, Cal, Jake, and Buzz." Morgan's forehead creased with worry. "They could be in trouble, and none of them have paranormal skills. We'd better hurry." Jolene and Mateo spilled out of the elevator at full speed. Jolene eyed the dark corridor to the right. Somehow she knew that was the best way out, but something tugged her attention away. The door with the rectangular window, the other cell. Jolene rushed toward it. To her surprise, Mateo was right beside her. She would have thought he would have wanted to head straight down the dark hallway. "We can't leave anyone here." Jolene skidded to a halt in front of the door to the old woman's cell. "How many people does he have locked in here?" "Just the 2 of you," Mateo said. Jolene wondered why he was looking at her curiously as he pushed a series of buttons on a panel beside the door. The door clicked open and Jolene rushed in, her heart pinching for the poor woman slumped in the chair. The woman turned her face toward them. Her amber eyes looked up at Jolene in confusion. Then they widened as they drifted down to her locket and then back up to her face. Jolene's heart stopped beating. She felt dizzy with confusion. She'd know those amber eyes anywhere.
Mom?
"Mom?"
Knew it!
The old woman's eyes filled with tears. She reached out a wrinkled hand and touched Jolene's cheek. "Jolene, I thought I'd never see you again." "You're alive?" Jolene's voice cracked with emotion. She whirled around to look at Mateo. "Is this some kind of trick?" "It's no trick," her mother's voice said. "I've been held prisoner here for a long time. I tried to spare you." "What happened to you?" Jolene stared at her mother in disbelief. Her mother had only been dead, missing, for 7 years. She should be in her early 50s, but she looked like she was 80. How was that possible? Her mother ignored her question. She looked around the room with fearful eyes. "It isn't safe for you. What are you doing here?" "Getting you out, hopefully," Mateo cut in. "Sorry, there's no time for a family reunion right now. You guys can catch up later, but for now, let's get the hell out." He grabbed the handles of the wheelchair and hurried into the hall, then down the dark corridor. Stopping about halfway down at an elevator, he pressed his thumb into a small pad on the side. The elevator door slid open. "Where are we going?" Jolene looked inside the elevator nervously. "I know a way out." Mateo looked back at her. "You have to trust me." Jolene looked into the elevator, then back out at the hall. Did she hear someone coming? "Jolene, get in," her mother said. Mateo had already pushed the wheelchair in and was standing with his hand holding the doors open for Jolene. "You can trust Mateo." Joanna gave her the look. Childhood memories instantly flashed through her mind. That look meant she should listen to her mother, or else. A half smile formed on her lips, and she stepped inside. The elevator whooshed them down several floors, and the doors opened to reveal the underground tunnel system. Mateo wheeled Joanna out of the elevator, and Jolene followed. She was just starting to think this was too easy to be true when the heart-stopping sound of an alarm split the air. Chapter 26. The shriek of the alarm sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through Morgan's veins. "They must have figured out we breached the energy shield," Celeste yelled over the din. Or discovered Luke and the guys, Morgan thought. "We better kick it into high gear," Fiona shouted.
Yelling?
"There's a tunnel off to the right that goes uphill. Let's take that." "Okay." Morgan turned to Eliza. "Are you okay? Do you want us to slow down?" "Slow down?" Eliza scrunched up her face. "We need to speed things up." She took off at a trot in the direction Fiona had suggested. Morgan looked at her sisters, shrugged, and took off after her. The tunnel ran straight for 200 feet, then turned sharply to the left. The alarm was so loud it was impossible to hear anything else, which is why they almost ran right into the 3 darkly dressed guards who were just around the corner. Eliza skidded to a stop just in time, her face mirroring the look of surprise on the guards' faces. The guards held small guns. Not the kind that used bullets, Morgan deduced, with a quick glance. No, these guns held something much more deadly. She watched as they raised the guns. "The amulets!" Morgan yelled, as she held the obsidian amulet out in front of her. A greenish-brown light shot out of the guns toward them. Morgan knew it was some sort of energy she didn't want to come into contact with. She angled the amulet toward the energy stream, and the stream of light was absorbed harmlessly into the black rock. She noticed her sisters doing the same, but the guards kept firing. And then the energy streams dried up. The guns had run out. Morgan felt a momentary lift of victory, until the guards threw the guns to the side and advanced on them. She realized they'd have to fight their way out. Morgan took a step backward. If she had Jolene's paranormal abilities, she could just shoot some energy at them. But she didn't. She did, however, have something else, her intuition. And right now, her intuition was telling her that the largest guy, the one on the right, had a weak spot in his left knee. She lunged forward, kicking out with her right leg aimed at that very spot. "Ah!" The man crumpled to the ground, holding his knee and rolling around on his back. She'd aimed perfectly. The screams of the guy distracted the guard in the middle, and Celeste moved in with some of her karate moves, giving him a heel kick to the jaw. The third guy must have had some decent paranormal abilities. Morgan noticed that he could push energy from his fingertips, which he was aiming at Eliza and Fiona. The two of them were successfully fending off the energy onslaught with their amulets, but he was advancing on them. Morgan noticed that they were slowly being pushed back down the tunnel. "Fiona, the energy balls!" Morgan ran over in front of Fiona, her amulet thrust out in front of her to absorb the energy stream being directed at her sister. "I'll cover you." Fiona pulled the glowing red ball out of her pocket, swung her arm back, and then lobbed the energy ball between the 2 guards who were left standing. The guards watched, mesmerized, as the ball hovered 2 feet off the floor. Its glow lit their faces from underneath, giving them an eerie look that reminded Morgan of when she used to put the flashlight under her chin to scare her sisters in the dark. The crystal shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Shards of energy flew into all 3 of the guards, and the 2 that had been standing were knocked to the floor. Morgan noticed it was disturbingly silent. Sometime during their fight, the alarm had stopped sounding. Eliza peered down at the guards cautiously. Are they dead?
They better
Morgan
be.
shrugged. I don't know. Who cares? Celeste held up her palm for a high five. We beat them. The sweet feeling of victory warmed Morgan's chest as she high-fived her sisters and aunt. Her momentary happiness was shattered seconds later when she heard footsteps pounding toward them. Did you hear that? Fiona's face was pinched with concern. Morgan nodded. Run! They jumped over the lifeless guards and fled into the tunnel. The wheels of the chair got stuck on every stone and groove in the tunnel, making it slow going. Even though the alarm had stopped wailing, Jolene still felt jazzed with anxiety. She knew Bly's minions were coming for them, and they had to get out fast. In her mind, she brought up the map of the tunnels she'd memorized on the way in, but she couldn't correlate it with where they were now. She realized they must be in a different section that she hadn't seen yet. Do you know where you're going? She asked Mateo. Yes, of course. He rolled his eyes at her. There's a passage down there, and I have jet skis tied up in a partially submerged cave. I stored them down there just in case I needed to make a quick getaway. Lucky thing, I brought two. Jet skis? Jolene glanced at Joanna. Don't worry, Mateo said. She can ride one. She's not crippled. She's just weakened. I'll strap her on one of them with me. I don't get it. Were you planning this all along? How did you know I would be here? Mateo turned his velvety brown eyes on her,
Aww.
and her stomach flip-flopped. What was that all about? Actually, I hoped you wouldn't be here.
Aww.
But I've been in place here for over a year now, trying to get Joanna out, and the jet skis have been... Oh, crap. Joanna's words caused him to stop, and they looked down at her. She was staring straight ahead down the tunnel. Jolene followed her gaze, her blood freezing when she saw 4 beefy guards about 100 feet away and closing in on them fast.
There we go.
Mateo immediately stepped in front of Joanna to protect her. Jolene stepped out next to him. The men were running toward them now. One of them pulled a long, thin pen out of his pocket. It looked to Jolene like some kind of laser pointer, and he was pointing it right at her. Look out, Mateo yelled. Jolene thrust her hand out at the floor, causing it to ripple like a towel in the wind. The 4 men went flying in the air, then thudded back to the ground. The laser pointer gizmo clattered on the floor and rolled away from him. Jolene looked at her hand. She'd never been able to do that before. Apparently, the red liquid worked pretty well. Mateo gave Jolene a look of appreciation. Nice work. She looked up to thank him, her eyes widening as she saw another guard making a grab for him. It only took Mateo a split second to read the look on her face. He turned around, punching the guard, who fell to his knees, holding the bloody, crumpled mess that used to be his nose. It was a short-lived victory, however. The 4 guards who had been knocked down by Jolene's whammy were struggling to their feet, and 2 more guards were pounding down the tunnel to join them.
What are you
They
sitting
were
around for?
severely
Run!
outnumbered. Jolene grabbed the handles of the
I don't
wheelchair
like
and
Pip
whirled it
Bob.
around. We'll have to outrun them. She started back down the tunnel at
You guys
full
can run
speed,
fast.
stopping short after a few hundred feet when she heard the sounds of footsteps running toward them. She cocked her head to the side to hear better. There were several people coming.
Who?
She looked at Mateo. Are there any side tunnels here that we can duck down? The pinched look on his face gave her the answer before he even answered. No. Jolene's heart hammered in her chest as the running footsteps got closer. Glancing behind her, she could see the other guards advancing. They were trapped.
Oh no. Please tell me it's the sisters.
Chapter 27. Fiona gasped for breath as they ran up the tunnel. Her body wasn't conditioned for running uphill, and it was taking its toll. Glancing behind her, she could see the tunnel was clear. The guards hadn't caught up yet, but they'd be on them soon.
Mm-hmm.
Up ahead, Eliza had stopped just before a sharp turn in the tunnel and was holding out her hand in a signal for them to stop. Fiona gladly complied, bending over and resting her hands on her knees to suck in a breath. "Someone's up ahead of us," Eliza whispered.
Is it Jolene?
Panic gnawed at Fiona as she glanced behind them. "And the others will catch up any minute." "What should we do?" Celeste asked. Morgan closed her eyes for a second. Fiona assumed she was trying to get in touch with her gut feelings to give them some guidance. She knew that sort of thing took time, but she wished her sister would hurry. Time was one thing they did not have. Morgan opened her eyes and barked out the order. "We'll fight off whoever is up ahead. Maybe we can overpower them by the time the ones behind us catch up." "Good idea." Fiona had already taken out one of the red crystals. She hefted it in her hand, feeling the power of the small orb. "Let's whammy them with this right away." "Okay, but aim well. We only have one more left." Fiona nodded. Raising the energy ball in the air, she charged forward, rounding the corner at full speed, and then skidded to a stop, not believing who she had come face to face with. "Jolene?" "Fiona." Jolene looked past Fiona, at her sisters and aunt. "What are you guys doing here?" "Trying to rescue you. Are you okay? What happened?"
Aww.
Fiona turned to look at her sisters. "Morgan, can you believe this?" But Morgan wasn't paying attention. She was staring oddly at the white-haired woman in the wheelchair. Fiona had barely noticed the woman out of the corner of her eye, because she'd been so intent on Jolene. She turned to see what had captured Morgan's attention, and her heart crashed.
Whoa.
"Mom?" Fiona looked wildly from Jolene to Mateo to Joanna, and then back at her sisters. "There's no time for questions now." Mateo's urgent voice pulled her back to the present situation, and she saw their mistake. The hesitation had allowed the guards to catch up on both sides of them. They were trapped in the middle, with nowhere to go.
And an aunt.
Kaboom! The floor under Fiona's feet rocked unsteadily, and she lurched against the wall, flinging her hand out to steady herself. She noticed with relief that the blast had slowed down the guards. "What was that?" Celeste asked.
What was that?
"They're blasting the exits closed, so we can't get out," Mateo answered. Kaboom!
Oh.
This one was stronger. Rock showered down from above, hitting some of the guards and even knocking a few out. Fiona looked around to make sure no one on her side was hurt. She tightened her hold on the red crystal. They still had guards advancing from both sides, and she'd need to make sure she threw it at precisely the right moment. Then she noticed a dark area on the wall slightly behind her. She leaned back to inspect it, and a blast of cold, salty air smacked her in the face. It was an opening. "Over here." She motioned for the others to follow her, her heart soaring. This could be their chance to get away.
And
She scurried through the opening and came to an abrupt stop right in front of the biggest hole in the ground she'd ever seen. Icy fingers clenched her heart as she peered down into the hole. It must have been 500 feet deep. A quick look around the room told her it was a dead end. There were no exit tunnels, just the hole. Up above, a large metal circle sat directly above the hole, like some sort of sewer grate. Fiona pulled back, fearing the metal piece would open, dumping out gallons of sewer water that would wash them all down into the hole. "Go back!" Fiona screamed. She turned to backtrack, but it was too late. The guards were already at the opening. The only way out now was to jump 500 feet to certain death.
Dude.
"We can take these guys. Our power is stronger together." Jolene
Darn
held out her
right.
fist, and the sisters placed their hands on
Yes,
top for a quick
that's
second,
me!
then broke free. Jolene pointed at one of the guards. An arc of white electricity shot out from her finger toward him, vaporizing him on the spot.
Oh!
Looks like someone's been practicing, Morgan said. That, and I took some booster juice. Jolene pointed
Don't
at another
explain it,
guard,
girl.
who somehow managed to avoid the deadly energy stream. Morgan didn't have time to wonder what her sister meant by booster juice, because a guard was climbing through the opening toward them. A quick glance at him, and her intuition told her he had a weak jaw.
Uh-huh.
Celeste, his jaw. Morgan pointed, and Celeste spun around, kicking out her heel, landing it square on the guy's jaw. Snap. Morgan felt a split second of smug satisfaction as the guard staggered backward, clutching his jaw. But the satisfaction didn't last long. More guards were coming through the opening toward them. To her right, her mother sat helplessly in the wheelchair. Morgan could feel her anguish. Mateo stood in front of Joanna like a human shield.
Aww.
He threw his hands up,
cute.
and a wave of red unfurled, like someone had pulled the end of an invisible carpet and shook it. 2 more guards fell backward and lay still on the floor. Hold on, Fiona yelled. She whipped the red ball into the rest of the crowd of guards, who collapsed like bowling pins as slices of red-hot energy ripped through them. Let's go. Morgan grabbed Eliza and pushed her forward. Celeste, Fiona, and Jolene scrambled away from the deadly hole and back into the tunnel. With her sisters out in the tunnel, Morgan stepped back through the opening into the room to help Mateo get Joanna's wheelchair over the rubble of rocks in the doorway, when a voice behind her chilled her blood.
Mortimer Bly.
Not so fast.
So
She whipped around to see a man in a nicely tailored charcoal suit, standing there with 9 of the biggest, angriest-looking guards she'd ever seen. The guards looked to be wearing some kind of high-tech armor in matte black, with blue neon lights at the joints, and big, clunky guns strapped to their sides. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the guy in the suit was holding Luke in front of him, the point of a shiny steel knife jabbing right into the middle of Luke's throat. Luke! Morgan's heart twisted, and she started toward him, but Eliza pulled her back. Let him go, Bly, Eliza yelled. Morgan stared at the man. So this was Dr. Bly, the man Dorian had told them about. She felt a cold finger dance up her spine at the sinister look in his eyes. Oh, you want me to let him go? Bly mocked her. Sure, just hand over Jolene and Mateo, and we'll call it an even trade. You can keep the old one. I've used her up. Morgan paused, trying to buy time.
I'm a little pissed off.
The anger was building inside her, and it seemed to be heightening her gifts. She could see the vulnerability in the guards, and, if she was smart, she would have capitalized on that, trying to take out a few of them. But the anger she had for Bly was welling up like a tidal wave she couldn't control, and she could see his vulnerability was his eyes. She launched herself toward him, her fingers out like claws, intending to scratch his eyes. But before she even reached him, one of the guards thrust his hand out at her. A beam of energy flew out of his special armor, hitting her square in the chest. The breath rushed out of her lungs.
Which one?
And she felt like she was trying to run underwater. Everything slowed down as she fell backward, toppling into Celeste, who lurched forward at the guard with a perfectly aimed karate kick that ended in a sickening crunch. Morgan tried to clear her head from the energy drain.
Jake!
Everything was happening too fast.
No!
Jolene and Mateo were fighting off the guards on her right. Eliza was busy trying to disarm the guard near Bly, and Celeste and Fiona were ganging up on a guard to her left. She glanced over at Luke, just in time to see him haul back and elbow Bly in the ribs.
Woo!
Bly dropped the knife, and Luke broke free, running over to
Thank
Morgan's
you.
side. "Are you okay?"
Aww.
His eyes were dark with concern. Morgan nodded. She let him help her up, anxious about wasting any time. By the looks of things, her sisters desperately needed their help fighting off the guards. Luke let out a whistle, which momentarily confused Morgan. When Cal, Jake, and Buzz came running down the tunnel, she realized the reason for it. They'd been waiting for his signal all along.
This is terrible.
Morgan noticed the three men had their arms raised. She realized they were holding the tasers they'd brought. Jake aimed his taser at one of the guards and pulled the trigger. The wires shot out, hitting the guard in the middle of the chest and bouncing off. "Aim for the chinks in the armor," Luke yelled. Buzz did as told, hitting another guard where the upper arm met the shoulder plate. The guard jerked forward, his armor sparking from all the joints, then collapsed on the floor,
Yes!
wisps of smoke rising from his body.
Yes!
In a flash, the boys were beside them, fighting off the rest of the guards. Morgan noticed they were making headway, but something wasn't right. None of the guards had used their guns. Morgan could see Bly struggling to his feet. He was holding his side, his face contorted in rage. "Hit them with the dark energy!" His shrill voice
Dumbasses.
echoed in the tunnel. The guards reached for the clunky guns.
So freaking dumb.
Morgan's stomach twisted. Dark energy sounded bad, and the smug look on Bly's face told her this was his secret weapon, his ace in the hole. She reached for the obsidian amulet and held it out in front of her. Streams of dark brown energy spewed from the guns. Morgan pushed her amulet toward the stream that was headed for her. This energy seemed to be more powerful than the energy they'd fended off earlier, and it was a struggle to keep her amulet in its path. Beside her, Celeste wasn't as lucky. She hadn't gotten her amulet up in time, and the dark energy hit her in the stomach, doubling her over. She slumped to the floor. "Celeste, your amulet!" Fiona yelled, gesturing to her own amulet. Celeste made a weak attempt to use her amulet to protect her from the energy stream still coming at her, but was too weak. Morgan raced over, helping Celeste with the amulet, interrupting the stream long enough for Celeste to regain enough strength to be able to hold it on her own. The guys were still trying to take down the guards by aiming their tasers at the chinks in their armor. But the guards were focused on aiming the bad energy at Morgan and her sister. Morgan felt thankful. Fiona had made amulets for all of them. And then came the gut-wrenching realization that one of them didn't have an amulet. Jolene. Morgan glanced over at Jolene to see her dodging streams of dark energy. Mateo stood next to her, trying unsuccessfully to break the energy stream. "Jolene!" Eliza caught Jolene's attention and threw her her own amulet, the one Mariah Blackmore had made. Jolene caught the amulet easily and raised it toward the dark energy. Morgan watched, fascinated, as the energy hit the amulet, then clattered to the floor in a pile of black glass shards. "Eliza, over here!" Morgan gestured for her aunt to come over behind her, where she could try to protect them both with the one amulet she had. But Eliza shook her head. She dived for the black glass shards. Dodging the brown energy streams of the guards, she ran toward Bly, lunged at him, and shoved the shard into his eye.
Yes!
Bly's scream sent a shiver down Morgan's spine and pulled the attention of the guards away. He covered his eye with one hand and pointed at Eliza, who was making her way back to the girls with the other. "Kill her!"
What the?
The guards
What?
trained their guns on Eliza, pummeling her with dark energy. Eliza's body jerked backward, almost as if on a pulley. "No!" Morgan heard herself scream as Eliza stumbled backward toward the hole, perching on the edge for a split second before she toppled into it. Morgan couldn't stop herself from rushing over to the hole and looking down. Eliza's broken body lay on the rocks below. She didn't even have time to mourn. The guards were already turning their guns back on them. Morgan's eyes burned with tears as she tore herself away and raised her amulet. Bly was clutching his eye and screaming orders at the guards. Morgan realized the guards were gaining ground, pushing them back toward the hole. Her heart squeezed. She hoped they wouldn't all end up meeting the same fate as Eliza. Jolene took out another guard with one of her energy zaps. Mateo kept them at bay with constant rolls of energy waves. Celeste executed a few well-placed kicks. Fiona took out the last glowing crystal and held it up. Luke, Buzz, Cal, and Jake kept trying with the tasers. At least we're able to keep Bly and his gang outside in the tunnel, and they aren't pushing us further toward the hole, Morgan thought. But she knew the standstill couldn't last forever. Sooner or later, one of them would gain ground on the other. A metallic sliding sound came from above, and Morgan realized it was the round metal sewer cover moving aside. What now? She thought, bracing herself for the onslaught of sewer water that would wash her 500 feet to her death. She glanced up, shocked, when a face appeared looking down at them from up above. She felt the last spark of hope leach out of her. The face belonged to the last person she wanted to see. Someone who would love watching their defeat at the hands of Bly. Sheriff Overton.
Dwight! There we go.
Chapter 28. Need some help? Overton smirked at her, a toothpick bobbing up and down between his teeth. Not from you, Morgan shouted up at him. Beside her, Jolene glanced up, a frown creasing her face when she realized who Morgan was talking to. Look out! Morgan shrieked, pointing to a guard who decided to take advantage of Jolene's distraction by aiming at an unprotected blind spot with his dark energy gun. Jolene moved the amulet to protect herself while aiming a sizzling gold energy spark at the guard. I don't think you are in any position to argue, Overton pointed out. I can get you out of here. Morgan stared in wonder as a rope ladder dropped down from above them. Her eyes ping-ponged between Overton and the guards, who seemed to have gained a few inches in the battle. Her sisters stole quick, nervous glances at her. Looks like she'd have to choose between two evils. Her gut instinct told her to go up the rope, especially since it was looking like it was either that or die at the bottom of the hole. We have to go up, Morgan yelled for the others' attention, pointing at the rope. They nodded, backing up while continuing to fight off the guards. Morgan didn't have to use her intuitive gifts to see this wasn't going to work. Once they took their attention away from fighting the guards to climb the rope, the guards would just rush right in. As if reading her mind, Fiona raised her hand with the last red crystal. Looks like it's a good time to use this, she said, and launched it toward the opening. Her aim was perfect. The energy knocked down the guards, but the best part was that it also dislodged the rocks from the top of the opening, temporarily closing it in. Let's go! Morgan could hear the guards already trying to dig out the opening to get to them, as Mateo scooped Joanna up in his arms and scurried up the ladder. She shooed her sisters up, and then Luke made her follow them before he, Buzz, Jake, and Cal climbed up themselves, pulling the ladder up with them. From the top, Morgan glanced through the hole to the rocks below, her heart twisting as she looked at what was left of Eliza. Then Overton slid the cover back in place, and they all stood there, staring at each other. Morgan glanced around the small room. Lengths of different-sized pipes ran along the perimeter, leading out of the room at all angles. She guessed it was some sort of service room for the piping that fed into the facility up above. Her gut flooded with a sense of urgency as she heard the guards yelling below. They must have broken through the debris caused by Fiona's crystal and were in the room. They wouldn't be able to climb up without a ladder, but surely they would know another route to get to the room they were in. She guessed they didn't have long before Bly and his minions were breaking down the door. Sheriff Overton looked different without his brown sheriff's uniform. He wore a stained white t-shirt over tan slacks. The t-shirt was a little tight, bringing unwanted attention to his overstuffed belly. He hitched up his pants, switching the toothpick from one side of his mouth to the other. Well, I didn't expect to see you girls again so soon. His smug gaze drifted from one girl to another. What do you want? Jake cut in. I'm sure you didn't pull us out of there out of the kindness of your heart, so let's just get down to business. You always were uppity, Overton said to Jake. But you're right. It seems like you have something I want, and I have something you want. What could you possibly have that we want? Jolene stood protectively in front of Joanna, who leaned against Mateo on one side and a section of pipe on the other. I have a boat that can get you people out of here. Overton's lips curled in a mean smile, and he nodded to a man who had been standing unobtrusively next to some sort of hatch. The man pushed the hatch open, and Morgan leaned over to see a steep ramp leading down to a good-sized boat. We have our own boat, Morgan crossed her arms over her chest, and rafts to take us to it. I don't think so. Overton pointed to another hatch, which was opened by another of his minions. Morgan's heart sank when she looked out to see the remains of their rafts deflated on the rocks. You didn't. Overton shrugged, switching the toothpick around in his mouth. Better hurry up and make your decision. It won't take long for them to find us here. Another explosion rocked the floor, and Morgan thought she heard voices outside the room. Luke looked around at all of them, each giving a nod of the head. So, you'll take us to our boat? Luke asked.
For what?
Yep. And what do you want in return? Fiona narrowed her eyes at Overton. He leaned forward, his beady eyes drilling into hers. She shrank back as he reached toward her, grasping the meteorite locket in his hand and holding it up between them. This fancy locket and asylum. Asylum? From what? Luke asked. Overton dropped the locket and stepped back. I've been pursued by both sides of the paranormal community. Goldlinger is after me because of my little, indiscretion regarding your treasure. And, well, you goody two-shoes people have always hated me. Hated you? You're the one that harassed us, Jolene said. Overton shrugged. That was just business. And obviously you girls have a lot of clout. And now that you have your mother back, I want you to get the community to promise to protect me from Goldlinger and Bly. Jake snorted. It looks like you're in pretty good with them. After all, you are inside Bly's complex. I think this is some sort of trick. Inside the underground sewer system, not the main complex. Overton spread his hands at his sides. If Bly finds me in here, I'm as dead as you are. Jake narrowed his eyes at Overton. Then, how did you get in the first place? Overton smirked. I still have my contacts in the organization, and it turns out contacts will do lots of things for money. They got me in, but we better get out while the getting's good. Morgan stared at Overton, wondering where he'd gotten money to pay anyone off. Had he nabbed some of the treasure from their house? She didn't see how it was possible. For all she knew, he'd never been inside, but maybe he'd been up to things she didn't know about. We aren't part of any community, Fiona said. And even if we were, we certainly don't have any influence to get anyone to promise to protect you. I do. Mateo spoke from the corner where he'd been leaning against the pipes with Joanna. Everyone swiveled their heads to look at him. What are you talking about? Jolene asked. Mateo glanced uneasily out the door. Were the guards out in the hall? I can explain later, but for now, we need to hurry. I say we take him up on it. Mateo's face turned grim. It looks like it's our only chance. The girls glanced at each other, then at Joanna, who nodded. Okay, but I don't trust him. Fiona reluctantly handed the locket to Overton. Overton took the locket with a smirk and nodded to the man who opened the hatch. After you. Overton gestured toward the hatch. Morgan still had her reservations. She hesitated, not sure if they should really trust Overton. But before she could think more about it, the sound of something heavy battering the door to the room jolted her into action. Mateo swooped Joanna up in his arms, and they all ran for the boat. It turned out that Overton could be trusted, at least long enough to take them to their boat that was waiting several miles away. Apparently, Bly had been too busy trying to put his eye back in the socket and never even suspected they were escaping. They were able to make a clean getaway. Still, Morgan didn't let her guard down until they were all safely ensconced on the boat, watching Overton's boat disappear into the horizon. I can't believe he didn't double-cross us somehow, she murmured, as she watched the moonlight dance across the tops of the waves from the cabin window. There's still time for that. Jolene slid along the bench seat to sit next to Joanna. Joanna looked tired. Morgan's heart pinched at how she'd aged. But when her mother looked up at her and smiled, warmth flooded her chest. He won't double-cross you. He needs you too much now. Mateo brushed his hand through his dark brown curls, and Morgan's mind whirled with all the questions she wanted to ask. What was Mateo even doing there? What had happened to Jolene inside that compound? And last but not least, where in the world had her mother been all these years? And why hadn't she contacted them? Before she could ask any of the questions, Luke appeared in the doorway. He leaned against the door jamb, his broad shoulders spanning most of the opening, and asked the question for her. Does anyone want to tell us what the heck was going on in there?
Oh my gosh.